Good afternoon to those of you watching on from home. Good afternoon to those of you here in the paddock this weekend for the first ever event, the first ever race of the Champions of the Future America Series. My name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth and alongside me for the majority of the rounds here this year at Champions of the Future, the one and only Nate Dean. Nate, a pleasure to have you with us. And again, a busy weekend for us. Doing three events. We're here at we're over at Rotax in the state of Texas, here in California for the Champions of the Future event, and over in Florida. You won't want to miss any of the racing action. We'll be live for almost the majority of the day. But Nate, pleasure to have you here with us. Something new for us here in the States, 10 rounds, something different, and the majority of them taking place here at K1 Circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. How cool is it to be here for the start of a new series in American karting? Champions of the Future, a name that we've seen so often over in Europe. Inaugural season back in 2020, crowning some very talented champions indeed. The likes of Arvin Lindblad, Joe Turney, Noah Baglin, Daniel Vazile, Senna Van Walstein, all champions of the future champions. And now this year, these drivers will have their chance to add their name to that list in the America Series here at K1 Circuit. Like you said, for the majority of those rounds, Caleb, Mini up first to get things rolling, as we're going to see a bit of an unknown here for this new series.
Yeah, something different, right? Only a couple of classes on the list here. Mini U10, which for those of you familiar with U.S. karting, it will be basically the micro class, and they will be combined with the mini category as well. Then we'll go into KA Junior, which is split into four groups, A and B, C and D. So we'll see all those groups go head-to-head for three qualifying heats still set to go underway as we race pretty much, I think, just about under the lights, as well as our KA Senior class that is stacked with drivers, the same for our K100 Heritage class, which is basically the Masters division here this weekend, and the same could be said for our X30 Pros. So, again, a lot of classes getting set to get the green flag here, Nate, but first session underway, and talk about K1 Circuit here a little bit as well. This is a track where you've announced that in the past, being here for the other events that we've had here, such as the SCUSA Pro Kart Challenge. Tell me, what are we expecting to see here this weekend at a racetrack like this?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of passing opportunities, that's for sure. It's a track that we haven't seen a lot of in terms of, like, we've seen the Newcastles, the track houses so much over the years, but a new track is K1 Circuit, but it's shown a lot of promise in its short time. You're going to see a lot of passing down in turn 4. That's one of the first great passing opportunities into turn 11, turn 12, and a little bit of risky moves potentially in the middle sector of the track, where it gets a little bit more technical and harder for these drivers to get those moves done. But the cool thing, Caleb, is we're not going to see just this layout for the entirety of the Champions of the Future America Series. We're going to have multiple different layouts here of K1 Circuit, and then of course when we go to Spring Mountain later on in the season. So like we said at the start of the broadcast, a big unknown going into this first session.
Yeah, and we'll wait and see how they kind of all shape out as well. Again, the qualifying sessions did go underway, and apologies for those of you that were joining, that were trying to watch us earlier on today, just kind of fixing all our little gremlins as well, and then getting going here. So we thank you guys for your patience in joining us here as well. I should say good afternoon to those of you watching on from K1 Speeds all across the nation. In between their rental sessions, good to have you guys joining us as well, watching along from anywhere and everywhere pretty much in the country here, Nate.
Yeah, how cool is that too for the world to see this product that everyone at RGMMC, K1, and us here at Kart Chaser have worked so hard to get this series running. Everyone getting into their tram lines and ready to go for the inaugural race of the Champions of the Future America Series.
Well, here we go. Last couple of corners underway for this opening warm-up lap. We head into the tram lines. And again, we will wait for the green flag. They usually start them in different places, a little bit out of shape to start things off, as they wait again for the green flag. And it looks like didn't see a flag come out. But it looks like some of these boys already kind of moving side by side. Not sure if we got it or not here, or not, Nate. Don't think we did. So one more go around is probably what we will have.
Yeah, a couple of drivers seemingly not getting the memo on the tram lines, but we'll see here, Caleb. Starting grid for this race as they'll give it another go. Forrest Blair leading us off on that GFC machine. Next to them, Maddox Carlucci, Asher Zinski, and Kendall West, your top four.
Yeah, good number of drivers. Good little bit differences in chassis as well. A couple of Croc promotions, some Nitro Karts, some Kart Republics, with about 12 drivers total, 13, 14 back to Wentworth down for NRC in the Gillard. Same for Work Racing in the Kart Republic. So we'll wait for it. Qualifying Heat 1 in will be the first little bit of racing action at the Champions of the Future America Series. But we will again try and get these gentlemen underway here once again. Again, this is your mini class, your mini division for their first qualifying heat here, Nate.
Yeah, so hopefully this time, second time lucky for these guys getting into the tram lines yet again. Still a little spread out here for these mini drivers and the drivers on that outside line telling them to get in line. We'll have to see if they fix that out here, Caleb. Second try into the tram lines.
Well, here we go. We'll wait for the green flag, and we got it. We're racing for the first time ever at the Champions of the Future America Series, and it's a good start up front by Blair. Everybody else following suit. And again, a very, very fast K1 circuit. This section especially into the chicane, into the S's, and up the hill. A good bit of elevation change as we get into the first hairpin, one of the first big passing zones. But everybody single file line to get things started.
Yeah, no major moves right now. 6 laps, so obviously not a lot of time for these drivers to make their way up if they're starting further back, but it's good news for the drivers like Blair out in front. Only 6 circuits to try and hold on to that lead. You see the field filing through turns 5, 6, and 7, the S's section in the middle of the circuit. Still, line of stern here, Caleb. Top 5 looking pretty close as things stand. It'll be interesting to see if they spread out for the remainder of this 6-lap qualifying heat race. But as things stand, no moves up front.
Yeah, no moves, single file. And again, we will be expecting to see some passes with a lot of drafting opportunities and a lot of long runs to the straightaway as we're seeing it now. Looks like Asher Bizonsky here as we cross the timing loop. Going to get himself into the number 1 spot as he is able to get ahead of Forrest Blair. So the 213 up a spot, up in the lead of this race with Blair kind of getting shuffled back. So Bizonsky, for the first time, going to lead us away on lap number 2 here, Nate.
Yeah, and it looks like already Bizonsky and Forrest Blair building each other a little bit of a gap between themselves and P3. So those two most likely will probably be working together to try and build that gap to the rest of the challenging pack. You can see there as they file through turn 7 and into the hairpin of turn 8. One of the better passing opportunities on this track. No moves being made just yet, though. The top 5 still line of stern working together, but the front 2, Caleb, was talking about it. Maybe they're going to try and build that gap as things stand. Benjamin Tavy not allowing that in P3 and staying with the front 2.
Yeah, Tavy doing a good job of it, right? Maybe going to need another pass here by Blair to, again, trade position with Bizonsky to try and kind of mix things up here just a little bit to get himself to close down that gap, really. It sits at about 3 car lengths in between himself and the drivers in first and second. And you see it there after turn number 1 as we hit this stretch up the hill. It gets a little bit closer, and you see it there. Benjamin Tavy, what a lap. 110.904, fastest lap of the race for National Motorsports. Gets himself close. And again, just has to be right there, right on the rear bumper of Blair to try and attempt to pass. But here goes Blair, looking on the inside of Bizonsky. Able to get clear, so second pass for the lead of the race. And it goes back to our pole sitter of Blair in the 210, back to the lead of it.
Yeah, I think Blair probably saw Tavy closing in on that Nash Motorsports machine and decided he had to go on Bizonsky. So back to the lead for the GFC pilot, and you can see top three starting to build a little bit of a gap to Kendall West, who started in fourth right now on that position one Motorsports Paralyn machine with teammate behind. So going to hit about halfway to go this time across the stripe for these drivers, and Bazanski, Caleb, with the help of Tavi, looking to the race lead.
Yeah, and there you go. That's exactly what Tavi needs, right? Go one spot better, but a little wide there on the exit of the first corner. Going to let Blair stick a nose down low and clear for second again. And again, you see it there. Tavi putting in some good laps, and here we go. Once again, Blair wanting to take control of the race. Bazanski not wanting to let him by. And with the help of Tavi, Blair is able to get through. So this group that was at about two cars at the start of this race, Nate, now turned in a 5. So all this has changed, and we're stacked all the way back up to Hernandez back in 5th.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen, especially throughout all of last year and the start of this year, these mini packages create some huge draft racing at these tracks with some very long straightaways, and that fits the description for K1 circuit. Of course, one move will be able to bring the rest of the pack in contention, and that's what we've seen. Blair, bit of a sitting duck right now. I don't think that they'll be able to build that gap out in front and to break away, so we'll have to wait and see. So they'll be crossing the line for 4 out of 6 this time.
Yeah, and we'll wait for it here as they continue to go. A couple of changes throughout the field. Maddox Carlucci, looked like he shuffled a couple spots as well to get himself up to 5th. But again, the battle up front kind of staying stagnant.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC.
So back to it. Apologies for the technical difficulties there. Back going into turn 8 is the lead pack, and you can see Blair almost had a chance to build that gap, but again, Benjamin Tavi just on the back end of that GFC machine, right on board in that Nash Motorsports Kart, fastest lap of the race so far. Top 3 starting to build a gap, but Caleb, those two position 1 Motorsports carts in 4th and 5th, seeing that 2 sticks to go, probably won't be panicking too much because they know the battle is on for the lead.
2 laps to go here as Blair's sticking it on the inside, Tavi around the outside, and we're 3 wide almost as we hit this front stretch almost up the hill. Bazanski looked to get clear, and he is clear into the 2nd spot, but Tavi, what a move around the outside, clear on Blair, to the point of it all as Blair looks to go back on the inside of Bazanski. Not through, but what a move out of Tavi to get to the front.
Yeah, National Motorsports now out in front. Tavi has been ultra fast in the second half of this race and already starting to build a little bit of a gap. Bazanski there in second. Will now have Blair to the inside, gets that job done, or does he? A little bit wide, and that's going to allow Kendall West to go on through. Up the hill they go. It's still Bazanski, Blair, and Kendall West unable to get that job done, but you can see there, Caleb, it's been a big gap to Tavi now out in front for these guys to close down.
Yeah, and it's opened up. So white flag flies this time by. And again, for Tavi, just needs to stay out ahead with a good gap. Benjamin Tavi, again, the white flag just flew, so disregard for now, but it should be, again, it should be a good result nonetheless here as Asher Bazanski now going to put his cart to the bottom of the racetrack, looking to defend from Blair as we head into the right-hander hairpin. And Bazanski able to stay ahead for now. Blair looking to stick a nose down low as we go down the hill.
Yeah, going defensive there is Bazanski into 5, 6, and 7 now. Blair, the GFC pilot, unable to find a way by. This is all looking well for Benjamin Tavi out in front. Gap continuing to build as things stand side by side at the apex, as looks like Blair was forced wide at the exit of turn 8 there, Caleb. In just a couple moments, looks like Benjamin Tavi will be coming across the line to take the win.
Yeah, and a good result nonetheless, and a little bit of a mix-up there further back. Hernandez, it looked like able to get clear, but up front, one driver backs it into the wall. But Benjamin Tavi up front, your winner in the first race here at K1 Circuit for the Champions of the Future America Series. Benjamin Tavi wins the mini first heat race. An unfortunate there, heartbreak for the 211 of what looks to be Kendall West, unfortunately for GFC, the position 1 motorsports driver, out of this race one corner too early. We'll step aside here for a little moment. Myself and Nadine will be right back with more. Well, here we go. It's time for some full-size racing action. The first two groups in the KA 100 junior divisions getting set to roll out and hit the racetrack here as getting ready to get going here. So heat race number one, the first one we'll get on the list, is groups A versus B for the second group. 7 laps total for these junior drivers. As you see it here now pop up on your screen. KA Junior Qualifying Heat A versus B. And again, this class has been one of the bigger ones that we've seen with a big contingent here in the state of California, Nate, with a lot of them working their way out here. Troy Ferguson, the arrive and drive champion, if you will, overseas, was able to get the pole position here today. And again, you look down the list, a lot of names and a lot of familiar faces here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. John McClellan, one to look out for as well for Nash Motorsports, a driver that's always quick out here at K1 circuit. A little bit further back, Jackson Gibson, a Supernats champion in cadet competition. So he's starting a bit further back than he would have wanted on the NRC machine. But like you said, Caleb, KA competition out on the West Coast is always so healthy, and it's great to see a good turnout for this opening round of the Champions of the Future America Series. A couple warm-up laps for these drivers to get into the swing of things until we go racing.
Yeah, don't wait for you here. The grid already just getting ready to get formed. And again, Troy Ferguson, when you look at pretty much was a great end to 2025. It was just about, I think it was the same weekend as the Supernats. He took part in the Arrive and Drive, which was World Cup, what they call it over in the FIA, and he was able to come away with the win at the end of it all. So now joining us again here stateside, here in the first time we've seen him on our platform, at least this year in 2026. And we talk about a lot of drivers kind of working their way up through the ranks. Troy Ferguson was one of those drivers that has kind of moved up. And again, still one of the smaller drivers, but you see the pace certainly there for Troy.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously that smaller figure probably going to help him a little bit in the drag department, not casting as big of a shadow in the air as they'll be heading into the tram lines for the first time in KA Junior competition, looking for the green flag on the first time of asking. They'll get it. KA Junior is green into turn one. They go. Gonna try and file their way through nice and clean. A couple drivers going wide. John McClellan on that Nash Motorsports Kart. One of them into Rocky Moran corner for the first time in anger, Caleb, and the top three are already starting to separate.
Yeah, already good separation. Troy Ferguson going to put himself at the bottom of the racetrack, and you see a couple of drivers already just kind of pointing forward, right, wanting to get on with it. But again, pass or be passed in a race like this, at a track like this especially, that promotes a lot of great racing and promotes a lot of great passing opportunities here as well. Troy Ferguson, they're going to start to stack them up. We look back, like you mentioned, John McClellan, one of those drivers that went a bit wide at the start of it. He slots in a fourth, but 7 laps, Nate. These heat races are very, very quick. Very little room for error here with, again, 3 heat races and the super heats tomorrow along with the main event. So nonetheless, we work our way through here, getting ready to complete lap number 1. And you see already a lot of drivers starting to negotiate. But for the first lap, first time around, Troy Ferguson going to lead it, and a rolled up black flag for somebody in this field. It's Ferguson to Ramirez to Scott, McClellan, Witt, your top 5.
Yeah, rolled up black flag looking like it was going towards a couple of the drivers out in front. So either Ferguson, Ramirez, or Scott getting that warning from race officials. Top 5 now starting to form a battle pack. One of the CS55 machines making a move there into turn number 4, getting that job done. But of course, Caleb, like you said, really, really short heat races, and compared to what we're used to in American karting. So these guys and girls have to be very careful not to make too many mistakes and not to let that top 5 get further up the field, as I think Wes Witt and John McClellan going at it inside that top 5 battle. No, McClellan in 3rd there. So drivers in 4th, 5th, and 6th on back starting to do battle as they head on to the back straight once again.
Yeah, well, here we go. Second lap, and again, the rolled up black flag is displayed. Ramirez now looking for a move on the inside of turn number 1 on Troy Ferguson. able to make it stick. So Ramirez to the lead of the race now with Ferguson back to second. And John McClellan right there in third. Haven't really seen much of John in the junior ranks outside of, I believe, halfway through last year. But this year, set to do the entire season here at Champions is now Ferguson puts it on the inside with the fastest lap of the race belonging to Wes Witt.
Yeah, Ferguson not wanting to relinquish that lead will hold on to that for the time being. Kartnik driver out in front, leading the way, feels comfortable out there, but John McClellan now up into second. We'll get that move done on Daniel Ramirez, and now one driver left for him to see clean air and a race lead. That's Troy Ferguson, just a couple of tenths in front of him now, as a huge gaggle of karts starting to do battle further back, allowing the top four to get away even more there, Caleb. We'll have to keep an eye out on those, but it does look like John McClellan is closing in on Troy Ferguson.
Yeah, well, here we go. John now with a car length in between himself and Troy, and that gap is going to close right on down as they work their way through. Again, this very fast section, left and right up the hill with a good bit of elevation change. You don't want to go too wide, like it looked like Ramirez went there, just a little too wide, dropped the tire into the gravel. And again, like he was getting shuffled around as well. And indeed he was. A couple of drivers able to go through. It looks like Ellsworth, like Guillon right there, Moses maybe, and Jackson Gibson, one of the ones that's sitting in ninth.
Yeah, Jackson Gibson, one of the drivers we talked about, making up some moves. But back out in front, John McClellan now to the lead. KA Jr., that top three, as you can see, have done a good job to not battle too much. But we'll have to see how that goes for the rest of the race. McClellan, Ferguson, Ramirez. That top three is Ferguson now getting by on McClellan. Ramirez now to the point here, Caleb, as Ferguson again will try it into turn 12.
And again, smart there by Ferguson, and just like that, Ramirez looking to cross Ferguson up as we work our way up the hill once again, and Ramirez just like that with a crossover move back to the lead of the race here, Nate.
Yeah, some incredible racecraft from these juniors early on in the weekend. Looking forward to see what they can do later on today, well, tomorrow, should say, into 5, 6, and 7. The S's yet again, that top four, continuing to build the gap to 5th and 6th. And Ramirez, Ferguson, McClellan, and Witt inside that top four. All of them being fairly patient now, Caleb. I think they've got the racing out of their system at the early stage of this. We're going to see it most likely with 2 laps to go, but Ramirez, at the moment, sitting pretty out in front.
Yeah, and again, we're getting close to the end here. We're about to start what is lap number 5. So 3 laps to go for Ramirez, Ferguson, McClellan, and Wes Witt. And you got to remember as well, right, for these young drivers, Nate, these races are significantly long, right? They're not that long, but everything matters, right? You need to kind of take advantage of every time that you hit the racetrack, especially in the situation that we have here, right? Points, you get to the super heats as well. So putting it all together and putting together championship drives almost is what's really important here for these young drivers. You talk about 10 rounds. There's, again, you got a lot of room. It's a marathon at the end of the year. But when you talk about these weekends as well, with 3 heat races, with the super heats as well, there's a lot of time for these drivers to kind of find their footing and you know, not race like it's the last race of the world every time you hit the racetrack. So there's time for these young drivers, and that must be said. Ramirez fell back now to the 4th spot. Has been shuffled around with McClellan up to 2nd, Ferguson up to the lead, and that's going to change. It's John McClellan looking on the inside of the final corner. McClellan goes to the point as a white flag will fly this time by, Nate.
Yeah, white flag, McClellan going defensive at the end of the straightaway. We'll go on to traditionally what is the main straight here at K1 Circuit. Ferguson looking to the inside of Rocky Moran corner on Witt, unable to get that done, and they'll stay single file up into 1, 2, and 3. White lining already is John McClellan going heavy on the defense, will hold position into the S's section here. Caleb, done a good job so far. Has the National Motorsports driver, tries to cover off Wes Witt, unable to get that done. Witt now on the GFC Formula Works kart to the lead.
Yeah, it's a great move out of Wes Witt here. A couple of corners to go as Wes definitely going to start to get some pressure from behind. Ferguson with a nose down low, tries to go. McClellan still in third, and again, the rest of the group starting to close in. Ellsworth, Aguillon right there. Gibson not too far back either, starting to close in. So this group definitely starting to grow as Ferguson going to start to park the bus here for second. Everybody to the low side, but Wes Witt up front gets away late in the race with contact. Towards the end, McClellan gets collected. A couple of more as well involved in the back. Ramirez, one of the drivers. The 384 here of the other Ramirez in the field is out. But Wes Witt, through it all, chaos behind, not even going to know what transpired, is able to take the win in the first group of KA100 Junior here, Nate.
Yeah, a bit of a chaotic way to finish up that one for the KA Juniors. Wes Witt holding on at the end, fastest lap to add to that race win. Played his cards when he needed to, so that GFC take the win. Troy Ferguson will probably be looking towards his next race, thinking what could have been. Obviously a very quick start of the race for him. As you can see there, final results from KA Junior Qualifying Heat A and B. Jackson Gibson, another one, Caleb, who started further back in the field. Top 5 for him at the end. Probably getting a little bit aided by that wreck in the final corner. Again, this is Champions of the Future America Series. You are watching live on Kart Chaser. We're going to take a quick break and get back to the action.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, do you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting, March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway, April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting, and May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Garrett.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Well, here we go. Engines are fired for the second half of our KA100 junior drivers to hit the racetrack. The second group, C versus D, gets ready to go out. And again, after a wild first end to the first heat race, really, we're back here for the second one, getting ready to go racing here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. A chaotic end to the A versus B group of KA Junior, and now C versus D will roll on to the track for their multiple warm-up laps. There you can see the grid for this C versus D heat. Again, you can pick out your favorite driver. Looking at time and scoring, Braden Wagner, one driver that stands out to me, a Formula Works Racing GFC pilot. Caleb Ellsworth, another one, and a lot of other talent in this field that we'll have to keep an eye out for. 21 strong, this heat race.
Yeah, well, here we go. Again, like you mentioned, right, 21 strong. Looks like Diesel Blizanski, the driver that's going to lead us out and lead us to the green flag here to get things started for C versus D. A couple of more, and again, like you mentioned, just 20 plus, this class being one of the bigger ones so far this weekend. Kusas Bronson, Wagner, Braden Wagner, Sebastian Hauser, Alejandro Gonzalez, Nixon Ellsworth, Aaron Spears, Daniel Blizanski, also another driver in this field, Cole Anderson, Sebastian Johnson, Andrew Janus, Enzo Siddiqui, Luis Martinez, Koa Saito, Zach Monaghan, and more getting ready to take the green flag here, Nate. While we wait for it, that starting grid order. You saw it there briefly. But again, a lot of drivers here. And as we saw earlier, right, that second to last corner, one of the most important ones, just to make it across the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And the driver will start to form up here to get KA Junior C versus D underway. Again, a lot faster of starts we've seen than normal in U.S. competition, but it's to be expected. Everyone seeming to get into their lines early here, Caleb. Hopefully we won't have to wave this start off, be able to get racing underway. See the front of the pack all lined up, the rear in tow, so should be looking for a green flag on the first time of asking.
Yeah, well, here we go. We'll wait for it. And again, Bronson Kustas, the driver leading us to the green flag with Braden Wagner right behind him, or I should say alongside him in second. But here we go, into the tram lines. We wait for the green flag. The second half of the KA 100 Juniors are green. And already side by side up front, looks like everybody was able to make it through, and a good start by Bronson Kustas to get to lead of this race. Braden Wagner slots in line just right behind him as we're going side by side. Wagner's actually the driver back and forth as we have a change up front on what looked to be there. Sebastian Hauser, I believe, either him or Alejandro Gonzalez, one of the two, just took the point of this race here, Nate. And
yeah,
indeed,
one of the HRT machines.
Sebastian Hauser there, my apologies.
No, absolutely. Both of the HRT machines looking strong at this stage, but Sebastian Hauser building a bit of a gap already. More battling happening in that fifth spot. I believe that might have been one of the Nash Motorsports machines. Aaron Spears on the 305, I believe. I think it is. Still a little bit of work to be done for them to catch up to this front four onto the long back straight we have here at K1 Circuit. Lap 1 in the books. More battling happening further back with that top four. For the moment, Caleb just pulling away from the rest of these guys.
Yeah, and again, so apparently turn number 1 is the only place, after getting reports from Jackson Lambros, our very own, that it's the only place on the racetrack where you can go all 4 tires kind of past the white line. Besides that, I think if you're in the blue, that's where the race officials will kind of take note to it. Again, we did have some change here as Hauser's now back in the 3rd spot. Looked like Wagner able to get clear. The same for Nixon Ellsworth, who's now in the lead of this race on the GFC machine. But a change for 2nd again, and Hauser just didn't want to lose another spot there. Gets himself back into the 2nd spot. Everybody else behind in a single file line. But the top 4 already showing some great pace to break away from the rest of the field here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that 2nd pack is kind of got the memo that they have their work cut out for them. And again, these 7-lap qualifying heats are so short in the grand scheme of things that, those starts are so crucial. You can't lose too much time. You can't get put back, as you can see there. Nixon Ellsworth going fastest, but to the lead, Sebastian Hauser on that HRT OTK machine, side by side now with and Ellsworth. Into the S's they go. Sebastian Hauser will hold that lead for the time being out in front. Again, that top four starting to get a little bit more racy there, Caleb.
Yeah, good move there out of Hauser. And as you notice, right, just elbows out racing throughout a couple of these corners. And that's, you know, in some parts of the racetrack, it's kind of what it takes, right? Got to get your elbows out and got to make these moves stick, or else you're going to spend more time just battling and losing it as well, right? Especially when you talk about a track like this, very momentum-based. You want to keep the revs as high as possible. We talk about the gearing, it's pretty low, so if you find yourself in an incident in one of the corners, you'll find yourself bogging down on the exit, which is something you can't afford. Nonetheless, though, for Sebastian Hauser, done a great job to stay at the lead of it all, with Braden Wagner right behind him. Nixon Ellsworth, who sits in third, Bronson Kustas, and a couple more as another driver looking to put a foot wrong, and I think that was Cole Anderson there, who did just drop a tire into the dirt in the 5th spot. So able to get back going, but he is losing a good bit of time to Aaron Spears, just right behind. Spears, sorry.
Interesting point to throw out here, Caleb. P9 on track, Luis Martinez on the position 1 motorsports kart, going fastest last time by, a 104.5. It's not enough to close a gap to the leaders at the moment, as that's pretty much what the lead is running, 104.6, 104.5 for those leaders out in front. But Martinez on that 310 down in 9th at the moment will be a driver to look out for as they all come across the timing scoring beacon yet again. So that's Martinez up into 8th, up 4 spots, but out in front, Caleb, like we've seen for most of this race, top 4 not making a whole lot of adjustments, as more drivers going purple this time, more drivers going on the defensive. Sebastian Hauser trying to hold on to his lead.
Yeah, Sebastian putting his HRT Motorsports machine to the bottom as a great move there by Bronson Kustas, looking to get third, looking to go second now on Braden Wagner, but Kustas up to third, and here comes the rest of the party. Everybody stacked up as Wagner with a nose down low on Hauser.
You can see there what was a top 4 battle for the lead turning into a pack that is much bigger now. Is 5th on back, already making a couple mistakes there in turn 8 to allow these drivers to build that gap out in front. Yet again, more battling between a couple of the HRT drivers. White flag in the air, this time by from our officials. So we'll see what can happen up in the front if any moves are made. Wagner still holding strong out in the lead on board that GFC machine. Top 3 already starting to split off from Cole Anderson in 4th, Caleb, but into turn 4 they go. No moves for the lead being made, but Ellsworth looking for P2, unable to get that done, and contact between him and more drivers.
Yeah, Kustas is into the wall. Looks like another one of the GFCs as well involved there, and I think that might have been Nixon Ellsworth, who also just got the bat under the stick there and finds himself out of this race early. Up front, though, Braden Wagner. Again, a great move in this corner right here into the hairpin in the infield section. Able to get clear, able to get to the lead. Hasn't looked back since as he comes his way, works his way down to the second to last corner here. The last corner on the racetrack is getting ready to cross the finish line. So another white flag being thrown. So the final lap now underway.
When they came across the line last time, it was looking like they were a lap off, as the officials have caught that and rectified it. So it is officially the final lap of this KA Junior qualifying heat. You can see just how spread out the contact at this corner a lap ago has made this pack. Brader has done what he needs to do. A second gap to driver behind of Cole Anderson. Formula Works and GFC are a formidable combo here at K1 circuit, especially across the nation now too, but a track that Formula Works calls home. We're looking to take the win here in KA Junior, Caleb.
Yeah, well, here we go. This time around should be good to get the checkered flag here, as there's more movers further back, but Braden Wagner now through the final corner will win his first heat race on the day. Braden Lackner for GFC. Formula Works, your winner in KA100 Junior C versus D.
So in motorsport, every detail matters, but we need to try to avoid using expensive and fragile sensors. So I'm gonna show you how we do it. So this is a comparison between the sensor in curve and the accelerometer in blue. So we can read how hard the driver is applying the brake and how easy he's modulating his release in order to understand how the driver's braking. The sensor costs hundreds of dollars and the accelerometer is already in your dash. So you don't need to buy anything.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the Smarty Can, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver's not. You see that one driver's oversteering and the other driver's pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
One thing that is really nice about the Micron 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you gotta create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now This is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Motorsport, every detail matters, but we need to try to avoid using expensive and fragile sensors. So I'm gonna show you how we do it. So this is a comparison between the sensor, pink curve, and the accelerometer in blue. So we can read how hard the driver is applying the brake and how easy he's modulating his release in order to understand how the driver's braking. The sensor costs hundreds of dollars and the accelerometer is already in your dash, so you don't need to buy anything.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the Smarty Cam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver's not. You see that one driver's oversteering and the other driver's pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
One thing that is really nice about the Micro 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you got to create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, oh, what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go where the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations, it's a celebration. It's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them just go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
2026 Cup Kart.
Well, here we go. The next group hits the racetrack, and this time around, it's our KA100 senior drivers that get ready to go racing. Led onto the racetrack by a winner in the streets of Las Vegas 2 years ago. Steven Eisert getting ready to lead this field to green. Johnny Stamps getting ready to start as well alongside him on row number 1 with Jackson Menchu on row 2, Gavin McCune on row number 3, rookie Matthew Cagle making his, again, we saw him earlier at the start of the year over in Houston, Texas, making his senior debut. He's getting ready to start on row number 3 alongside Flavio Aquini with Luis Perez and Steven Searock, Isaac Gutierrez, Josh Leslie, Archer Eversman, Spencer Kempton, and more. Getting ready to take the green flag. And here we go. Gonna get ready to line them up. KA Senior, 9 laps total here for the first of their qualifying heat races. Here we go, 2x2. With hands raised in the air as we get ready to go racing here. Into the tram lines we go for Johnny Stamps on the outside. for Steven Eisert on the inside on a Speed Sense Motorsports machine. Green flag flies. We go racing in K100 Senior. Here we go through the first couple of corners already in the lead of the race for Steven Eisert, looking to change that already. As Johnny Stamps looks to make the move on the inside on the GFC machine, able to get clear. Jackson Menchu and company look to get in line. And just one change thus far with Matthew Cagle further back, putting himself to the bottom of the racetrack, looking to defend as well. The rest of the group, as they're side-by-side, 3, almost 4 wide, further back in the pack. And Cagle with pressure on the way. Gavin McCune, Isaac Gutierrez, and more looking to work their way through. Up front, Johnny Stamps. A great start to Steven Eisert, to Menchu, to Perez. And here's his group further back, just on the edge of the top 5 with a move. There for third, Jackson Menchu looks to get clear. Down on the inside, Perez going to go by as well, with Steven Eisert falling back to 4th. So changing the top 5 as you have one in the wall, one out of this race early. And that was just before the run here on the exit of the infield. It's Johnny Stamps now your leader, to Eisert, who's fallen back to what looks to be 4th. Here before even concluding lap number 1. Here goes another move. Menchu looking to the bottom, looking to get clear. He's got the move as we hit the front stretch. Luis Perez followed him through for a second, but Johnny Stamps and Steven Eisert now finally able to re-close that gap down to the top 4. Move further back. There goes Johnny Stamps looking on the inside and through for second. So Stamps, you're looking to stop the bleeding a little bit to what we saw earlier on in the day. Gets himself clear for that second spot. Menchu now your leader. And you can hear it there just in the background. One driver with loose exhaust pipe of some sort. As we're making moves, Johnny Stamps now. Perez able to go by on Johnny Stamps there. So Perez back into the second spot. Stamps to Eisert in the second group as well, with Archer Ebersman, Gavin McCune, Isaac Gutierrez, Steven Searock starting to work their way up to this front pack. Again, myself and Nate have kind of talked about it throughout the day, right? The more passes that you'll see at a place like this, the more drivers that will bring themselves into the mix and into the fight, into a chance to fight for it nonetheless. Here we go, another move. Looking on the inside there, Johnny Stamps looking to go for the lead, and a crossover by Luis Perez to get through. And we have almost 8 karts, 10 almost, in this front group. We're side by side down to the bottom of the racetrack. There goes Eversman, looking to get the move done. Looked like he was able to get clear. It's Stamps over Eversman to McCune. Back to Steven Eisert, who still holds on to 4th. As we're working our way through here, Nate.
Johnny Stamps on that GFC leading the way. White lining already going in to the hairpin of turn 4. Holding off the challenging pack, a huge pack of KA senior drivers in the midpoint of this race. Caleb down into the S's yet again. 5, 6, and 7 into the hairpin of 8 they will go. We'll see if Stamps low lines it again. He will. Starting to kick off here, Caleb.
Yeah, big group. And again, we've seen a lot of this as Izard got a wheel into the dirt. And 3 more go off the racetrack there on the exit of the infield hairpin. But again, we're just getting close here to the second to last corner on the track. More drivers moving high, low, looking for moves. Perez, who's in the lead of it, now looking to make a move for 5th, able to get clear. And through it all, Johnny Stamps, some way, somehow, able to stay in the lead, but not for long. Eversman looking on the inside of turn 1. Eversman is cleared to the front.
Eversman getting that job done. It looks like Stamps almost had a move lined up going into Rocky Moran corner. He's going to get that job done now, though, into turn 4. The GFC pilot will lead the way. Those top 2, Caleb, already starting to build a little bit of a gap. 2 drivers behind, but still quite a long ways to go in this first round for these KA senior drivers. Of course, Isert, McHugh, and Perez will have time to close their gap up to the leaders, and they have.
And they've done just that. Up here a little bit. But still close up front. Johnny Stamps looking to go back in on McHugh. And he's clear. Here we go to start lap number 6 of 9. Long time to go, and McHugh looking to go to the bottom, able to get through. Over, under, crossover. Stamps looking to get back up to the front. He's clear. McHugh now looking to go for 2nd. Sorry, back to, Indeed for 2nd, and that's Eversman back in 3rd. So a good bit of shuffling here as Isert now finally back in. Perez is still right there as well. Matthew Cagle not too far back. Steven Searock. This group, Nate, just seems like it gets bigger and bigger for about 2 laps in a row, and then it opens up, and then it closes back together. Massive changes all throughout as we've seen more and more passes kind of being made.
That seems to be how racing has gone here so far at K1 circuit. Bit of an accordion effect throughout all the classes. You can see just how big that pack of KA seniors is. Johnny Stamps out in front, leading the way. Been very content leading this pack. Is a bit of an angry hornet's nest of drivers behind. Rolled up black flags being shown to drivers further into that pack. Is Stamps again going to go defensive into 1, 2, and 3 here through Rocky Moran corner, down the straight into turn 4 again. Going defensive. The drivers behind seem to be fairly patient here, Caleb, not to feed him a bumper or anything to try and get by. They seem to be content with Stamps' defensive driving.
And everybody just getting stacked up right here. Again, Johnny Stamps putting himself to the bottom of the racetrack, and everybody else having to follow suit, right? The likes of McHugh, the likes of Eversman, and everybody else as well. Just kind of, you have to go to the bottom, right? And then you'll have a driver or 2 looking for the high side, looking to rip the high side, and who's not really able to find a way by. It's just a matter of getting creative, and at times, for the majority of these drivers, just it hasn't seemed to work at this point, Nate. Nonetheless, Johnny Stamps, flawless job thus far to stay up front. White flag flies this time by. Johnny Stamps still in the lead of it all. With McHugh back to Eversman, to Jackson Menchu, who we saw fight for the lead of this race. Steven Isert, who put it on the pole. He was fastest overall. And then again, that second group with a pass there being made for 6th. Opened up once again with Matthew Cagle now and Luis Perez going side by side for the spot.
Into the S's and the technical section in the middle portion of this track for the final time. Stamps has done well thus far, Caleb, to hold off the challenging pack. What was a 15 kart battle for the lead, sometimes 20, turns into 5. Stamps looking left and right, trying to find the Nash Motorsports machine of McHugh behind. Seems like for the time being, Caleb, he's going to fend off the challenging pack as Eversman trying to go up the inside of McHugh and unable to get that done. But out in front, Johnny Stamps should be taking the win here.
Should be nice and clean for Johnny Stamps across the final corner. Johnny Stamps, GFC Formula Works, wins heat race number 1. in K100 Senior. Gavin McCune there finished second, as well with Steven Eisert running up the podium there in third. Good race. And again, a little preview to what we'll see as well later on in the weekend, Nate. But Stamps, first winner on the day here in the K100 Senior class.
You'll have to see. There is your unofficial results from Heat 1. Johnny Stamps holding off the challenging pack. McCune, Eisert, Menshew, Eversman will all have a couple more chances later on today. Try and get themselves some qualifying heat victories. Further back the pack, you can spot your favorite driver, the one you're following. A large field here for the K100 Seniors, 36 carts deep. Not having to split them like the KA Juniors. Some drivers making their way up. Leon Kim up 12 spots, finishing in 7th. Ethan Williams up 9 spots as well. Some big movers from that race.
Yeah, a couple of drivers making some good moves. We'll step aside here for a second, pick up, get to go underway. We'll be right back with some more. here we go. It's time for KA100 Heritage as they work their way out onto the racetrack now with Austin Elliott, driver on the pole position. Brett Harrelson starting alongside him on row number 1. Shane Hawkins back on row number 2 with Joshua Daly joining him there. Paul Bonilla, Tony Gomez, Craig Vasquez, and Ed Quinn. That'll be your field here in the Heritage Division, if you will, the Masters Division in K100.
So a smaller field compared to what we've seen in the other 2 KA divisions, but the Heritage drivers nonetheless ready to go for their first time. Champions of the Future America Series racing, getting slowed down, ready to get formed up for qualifying Heat 1 of the 2026 season. Not too much of them, Caleb, so we should be able to form them up fairly easily and get them to the green on the first time of asking. Like we've seen so far today, the KA divisions especially have been exciting to watch, a lot of battling throughout, so we'll have to see if that trend continues into the KA100 Heritage class. So they'll make their way into the tram lines and looking for the green flag here for Heat 1.
And we'll keep an eye on it here as Austin Elliott and Brett Harrelson get ready to lead us to the green flag. Speed Sense on the inside with Nash Motorsports on the outside with a much slower start out of Harrelson. And up front, Austin Elliott able to get clear to the lead of it. Not for long though. Here comes Shane Hawkins looking on the inside and through for the lead of the race. Hawkins to the point.
So again, a GFC leads the way here at K1 Circuit, a story we've told a lot of times today and a lot of times on the races we broadcast throughout 2025. But into the middle sector they go. Hawkins leading the way from the rest of this KA100 Heritage group. 9 laps to decide who takes qualifying heat number 1. Be everyone's single file for the time being. No moves being made outside that change for the lead at the very start there, Caleb, but already a bit of tandem drafting and starting to form 2 by 2 in the first 4 positions. But outside of that, everyone's starting to fall back from these leaders.
Yeah, here we go. We'll keep an eye on it here. It's Hawkins to Elliott to Harrelson. Paul Bonilla, the driver that currently sits 4th. And again, a good move there. Elliott looking now on the inside with some help from behind as well. And there goes Elliott to the lead of the race. Good move there out of Austin Elliott to go to the point. And here comes Harrelson as well, looking to go by on Hawkins. Into the hairpin, little contact in between the two. 3 spots lost in 1 corner there for Hawkins. Well, again, just got a little bit of a hip check there in the hairpin. Sent to the wayside. Losing a good number of positions here, Nate.
Yeah, not what you want to see, especially on these short qualifying heat races. Really, that's just allowed that lead to further extend out in front, hasn't it, Caleb? That's going to be really hard for the drivers second on back to try and close down. Of course, the draft is going to help, which lead driver does not have at the moment. We'll see what that gap is across the line. Elliott leading by 0.8 of a second, of course, going purple last time across the stripe as well. But for Paul Bonilla, it's going to be a big ask for the drivers in his group to close up to that lead.
And here we go in the process, right? Austin Elliott able to set the fastest lap of the race. Paul Bonilla get himself through and clear for second. Just a lap ago, we saw it there. Brett Harrelson in 3rd. Joshua Daly, Shane Hawkins, again, the driver we spoke about, leading this race in the 5:04, now back into the 5th spot. So a lot of work to do there for Shane Hawkins. And again, 2 seconds, the difference in between Hawkins' lap and Austin Elliott's at the start of lap number 2, or I should say at the end of lap number 1, really. Again, the laps around this place, Nate, 1 minute 5 seconds, one of the longer laps on the national circuit that you'll see. And again, it just shows you, right, how vast this racetrack is, this complex here in Winchester, California, is here at the K1 circuit.
Yeah, about a mile in length as drivers behind using all of that track extension on the outside of turn 12, battling for second, continuing here, Caleb, and that's precisely not what you want to do if you're trying to, say, win the race, as Elliott now a 1 second gap between the drivers behind. With all that battling that happened after the timing loop, is only going to grow. So for the likes of Bonilla, for Harrelson, Daly, gonna have to work together, and they're not gonna do that. Change for position. Harrelson, the inside, will get P2 on the National Motorsports machine.
And they're side by side, 2 by 2, looking for second. And there goes Hawkins now, through for third. So after a while and after a good bit of fighting, finally able to kind of gain back some of the positions that he did lose at the start of this race. So it should be Harrelson, sorry, it's Daly, back to Hawkins, back to Bonilla, and then back to Harrelson, who fell back into the 5th spot. But up front, I mean, Austin Elliott, uncontested so far in this qualifying heat race, to put himself about 1.7, almost 2 seconds clear of the field, has been a commanding drive so far for the 513. And it, again, when you look at the lap times here, Nate, not much of a difference outside of the clean air for 1, 2. He hasn't really had much fighting to do. But he's just been able to be really consistent up front.
Yeah, everyone inside that top 5 running about mid 1 minute 5s right now. Shane Hawkins, purple last time by. About the same lap time as Austin Elliott out in front. Is, you know, for the rest of the day and the rest of the weekend, hopefully we can see these guys not get spread out so much, because in terms of parity, they are very close to each other on time. It's some close competition, but just that battling that we saw early on in the race, that's how much it will affect you around here. That huge gap of 1.7 seconds that seems insurmountable at this point, as Bonilla goes fastest and will try and make a move on the GFC in front of him, of Hawkins, unable to get that done, Caleb. But again, what a run it's been for Austin Elliott so far.
And you saw how quickly it changed as well, right? With, again, just the battle for second. They went side by side for about 2 corners, maybe 1.5, if you kind of want to call it that, Nate. And the gap that Austin Elliott was just able to build from then on, it's just, it shows you, right? It was right through here, just I don't know if you want to call it the double rights. They just went side by side, and that opened up the battle up front. But as we walk back in this group, Shane Hawkins in third. Looks like Paul Bonilla might want to go here shortly. This time around, starting lap number 6. And Austin Elliott doesn't extend, it actually closes. This will help him though, as here comes Hawkins looking on the inside into the S's. Side by side, all out of shape there for Daly. Able to save it. Falls back to 4th, but what a moment, what a save out of Daly to keep it on the racetrack.
It's an incredible piece of driving there from Daly to keep that kart going the right direction. That turns 1, 2, and 3 complex are very easy to get that kart unsettled and to really be fighting it throughout Rocky Moran corner. More moves being made though, as Daly trying to recover from that, will move his way up. But again, Caleb, that was so lucky for Daly to keep it A, on the road, B, in a position where he can fight for top 3, which he is in, and now closing down on P2 on track is 2 to go this time by.
We're talking about an inside starting spot as well, depending on the classification of the heats, but in 3rd place finish, not too bad for Joshua Daly, who a lap ago, as like you mentioned, in the Rocky Moran corner, was all sideways, all out of shape, fell back to 4th, and now looking to fight for 2nd here as he's looking on the inside of Shane Hawkins. There goes Joshua Daly. able to get clear. The same for Paul Bonilla, who's clear for third.
So we'll have to see if these guys decide to stay in their positions for the rest of the race. I would assume they know full well that a win here isn't possible. 2.6 seconds, and the time we have should be white flag in the air next time across the stripe. Assuming they'll be going for some qualification heat points here and battling amongst themselves. Not close enough into the final corner that time, Caleb, but white flag in the air this time for Austin Elliott. As long as he keeps it on the black stuff, a 2.9 second margin should be enough for him, but we're going to focus on Daly, Bonilla, and Hawkins. This battle for second now as they go up into turns 1, 2, and 3 and onto the back straight yet again.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this battle for second, like you mentioned, right? Joshua Daly, Paul Bonilla, back to Shane Hawkins and Brett Harrelson. Drivers inside of your top 5 with Daly 2 car lengths in between himself and Bonilla. So a good bit of breathing room, good bit of space to stretch his legs as well. Just has to hit his marks to complete this final lap. And up front, again, haven't seen much, haven't heard much, haven't talked much about Austin Elliott and the 513, but a flawless drive, made moves when it mattered most, got himself out front, kept himself out front most importantly, to come across the line here on the front stretch to win first race in KA100 Heritage. Austin Elliott victorious for Speed Sense Motorsports. Joshua Daly across the line in second to Paul Bonilla, your top 3.
Shane Hawkins, Brett Harrelson, Craig Vasquez, Tony Gomez, Ed Quinn. 8 drivers in KA100 Heritage, wrapping up their first qualifying heat race of the day. Again, 2.2 seconds, quite the gap between Elliott and Daly. Looking back at the best time sheet, again, they were all running low, 1 minute 5. 1 minute 4, though, for Bonilla, as you can see there. Unofficial results from KA Heritage, but like we were saying at the midpoint of that race, should be interesting to watch throughout the rest of the day with just how close they are on times, as long as they don't get broken up like they did in that first qualifying heat. Next up, though, X30 Pro came to the track for the first time in Quali Heat 1.
Well, here we go. It's time for the pros. Sergey Karamaseli leads the field to green. An X30 Pro starting alongside rookie Eric Doan, Jake Drew, Keegan Kraminski, Gerardo Peralta, and Matias Coito on row number 3. Your top 6 drivers here in X30 Pro. You go back to Kurt Harnish, Chris Tokunaga, Santiago Hermida, and Luis Lugo. The 10 drivers getting set to take the green flag here in X30 Pro. Well, here we go, getting ready to get lined up. as Sergey Karamaseli gets ready to lead this field to the green flag. The first time for Sergey in a national race, his first national pole position, alongside Eric Doan as we get ready to go racing. Jake Drew, Keegan Kaminsky, look out for both of the Formula Works drivers. They're going to work their way through this field, but here we go into the tram lines. Karamaseli on the inside, Eric Doan on the outside. Into the tram lines, GFC to Burrell Art. Green flag in the air, we're racing in X30 Pro. Already side by side, Jake Drew through for second. Eric Doan slotted a spot back into third. And Kaminsky in line. And here we go, side by side, through for third. Kaminsky now able to get the move done. Sorry, Jake Drew, the driver, was able to get through for third on Eric Doan. You see a little shake of the head there out of Eric. Tape coming off the radiator as they're working their way through the front stretch. It's a great drive so far. Sergey Karamaseli with a great gap. Kaminsky to Drew to Doan. Peralta, the driver, currently sits in the 5th spot. Here goes the move. Jake Drew looking to go by on teammate Keegan Kaminsky. Able to get clear. Kaminsky into the wall. Eric Doan looked to follow through. Kaminsky tagged the barriers on the outside. He's still going. Lost the spot there. He looks to be behind Koito right now. But that was way too close for comfort there for Keegan Kaminsky, who's now going to go by on Koito, the driver out of Uruguay, for the 5th spot. As Peralta again looking for a move there on Eric Doan. No way by, but up front, Sergey Karamaseli, nice and clean up front. We see fastest lap of the race belonging to Jake Drew. The driver from Formula Works. Talked a lot about Jake and his progression throughout the years. Driver who put it on the pole position at the SCUSA Super Nationals back in November of 2025. And this year, as he, again, this is his first national start of the year. And he's got a guy like Sergey Karamaseli ahead of him, driver who he's worked with really close. Sergey was the biggest mover out in Houston, Texas at the start of the year for the opening round of the SCUSA Winter Series, and in his return here this weekend, the Champions of the Future America Series, home soil, and a good job leading this field so far.
Karamaseli 1-2 with Jake Drew behind. Drew, a very experienced driver in his own right. He's going to be looking for the lead now. Jake Drew to the lead. Eric Doan will follow. Karamaseli down to 3rd now. It's Keegan Kaminsky further back. Purple last time across the stripe, so Kaminsky down in 5th. Still has some work to do to get up to this lead pack, but Jake Drew now leading the way with the help of Eric Doan.
And again, a great drive nonetheless out of Eric Doan here so far. When we talk about rookies as well, Nate, Eric was one of those drivers who we saw last year at the Super Nationals to end the year off. And so far, you look at the level of competition here, right? With the likes of Karamaseli, with the likes of Jake Drew, he has been uber competitive and now competing for the lead of the race. Eric Doan on the inside of turn 1, able to get clear, but Jake Drew using that experienced crossover move into the Rocky Moran corner. Side by side, Jake Drew back to the lead.
Yeah, Jake Drew taking it away from Eric Doan there. Now Doan in a bit of a GFC sandwich in second as things stand. Further back, Kermaselli and Peralta not letting them get too far away as that top three out in front. Back into turn 8 now. We'll see if Doan has a look to the inside of Jake Drew. He does. The Burrell Art Machine back into the lead. He'll make it stick this time, Caleb. Eric Doan now to the point.
Yeah, we're working our way through here, Nate, and Jake Drew, Eric Doan. You talk about a driver with a lot of experience and a driver with very little in the senior ranks. Just kind of going head-to-head here for the lead of this race. And with Doan, again, making the move there halfway through the lap. Jake Drew going to look for a response here. Another piece of tape ripped off the radiator, allowing a little bit of more air to kind of work its way through and cool down that engine. As Drew sits at about half a car length. Could almost reach over and pat Eric Doan on the back, tell him, hey, still here, kid. I'm coming back at some point. We'll wait for it here. But again, this is one of the biggest situations as well, right? And a situation as well where Eric Doan can earn a lot of respect from a guy like Jake Drew. You've heard of guys with experience, right? Especially in this Pro X30 class. They'll wait, and they'll sit behind you as long as you don't make a mistake, as long as you're able to set a clean lap. But the first chance they get, you put a tire wrong, you put a tire into the dirt, you go a little bit too wide, you make a mistake, they're going to go on you and take advantage of, again, your mistake, because they won't want to sit around and wait and lose time. So Eric Doan doing a good job of keeping that respect there, earning that respect from Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. And a guy like Jake Drew, who's been in 125 competition for a very long time, very decorated driver throughout his years of karting, for him to sit behind Eric Doan for this long, for him to trust him, not decide to make that move early and pull away, showing a lot of trust and respect, like you said there, Caleb. So obviously Eric Doan, a driver we've seen so much racing for leads and for wins here at K1 circuit, and now the driver that we're going to see on the national scene more and more throughout 2026, battling for the win in 125 competition. Coming across the line in a few moments here to tick off another lap. Jake Drew, though, Caleb, losing a little bit of time to the Burrell Art driver as more shuffling happening behind as Kermaselli will go by in Peralta for fourth.
Yeah, that battle further back here for the fifth spot, pretty good. But again, they've kind of spent a little bit too much time going back and forth. You see a move like that out of Kermaselli, right? A little wide on the exit. Not going to help out Sergey. Well, we're back onto the racetrack here, and apologies there for the end of that end of the race for the Pro X30 division. We get ready to go again with Forrest Blair, Maddox Carlucci, Asher Bizanski, Kendall West, Benjamin Tavi, Sebastian Ochi. Go back to Emiliano Hernandez, Carson Bishop, Sebastian Marijacic, as well with Ishan Jivadeepan, Aaron Senever Ratney, as well as Valen Jin, William Wark, and Ryder Wentworth. 14 drivers total here, getting set to take the green flag in the mini class.
And of course, last race, we saw a lot of battling from the front four. Top five especially really just getting away from the rest of the field. So we'll see if the rest of the pack are able to get their noses in there and compete. Couple names worth noting: Kendall West, of course, in that final corner melee was one of the drivers out, so needing to get some qualifying heat points back. Well, that position one motorsports driver, but the likes of Forrest Blair, Bizanski, two drivers that had a lot of pace. They'll be looking to get qualifying heat 2 win here. Caleb, and hopefully we get him on the first time of asking, as we had a little bit of trouble in qualifying heat number 1, but teams and officials probably talk to these drivers, get them all squared away and ready for second heat race of the day for Mini.
It's the biggest thing for these young drivers, right, Nate? Just kind of teaching them how to start a race. That's kind of one of the biggest things, especially the level of leniency definitely diminishes as you work your way up the ranks, and the senior and the junior ranks, and I'm sure the race officials got with them, kind of explain the processes to them, the situations. You see thumbs up from officials on the sidelines, right? Telling them, all right, this is good. Just got to hold it, right? Got to hold it like this until we work our way all the way to the front stretch. As, again, they're lined up nice and ready. They still got about half a lap to go to get to the front stretch here, Nate. Or 3 corners, we should say.
Yeah, still a little bit of track to go, but I mean, one thing I've been noticing today, and it kind of goes with the more Euro style of how we see starts happen across the seas, is a lot faster than what we would see at like SCUSA or USPKS or other national series here. One thing to look out for this weekend and for the rest of 2026, but Caleb, it's looking a lot better on this first time of asking for qualifying heat 2.
Yeah, well, here we go. Second of the heat races for the mini class. It's Blair on the inside, Carlucci on the outside, green flag in the air. We go racing in mini.
Bizanski going side by side and off into the turf there. I think that was Bizanski. And it is. Driver who started up towards the front there, Caleb, will be out of this race and displaced heavily at the start of qualifying heat number 2. You can just hear him getting going, and under the camera here at the first couple of corners. That is so unfortunate for him. Starting third and now to the back of the field as the rest of the pack will make their way through the middle sector of the track here at K1 Circuit. Forrest Blair leading the way on that GFC machine by a couple of kart lengths in the early stages of this race.
Yeah, indeed there, Nate. This is, again, unfortunate start for Asher Bizanski up front for Forrest Blair. This has been good start of the race for heat race number 2. And again, lap number 1 already concluding. But Maddox Carlucci just kind of right there with Forrest Blair. And again, we saw these two drivers go back and forth throughout the entirety of heat race number 1 here. What do you take from that first heat race? If you're a driver like Maddox Carlucci, how do you apply it here today? The same for Benjamin Tavi, right? A driver who I believe was up there and running up at the front. So wait and see it as Benjamin Tavi now looking for a move here on Kendall West. Another young lady looking for a much better result here today as Benjamin Tavi is able to get clear for third.
Yeah, I mean, Tavi was so quick in that first race. kind of a slow start for him, but really found pace at the latter stages of the qualifying heat number 1. More battling happening for 5th on back. No moves being made though, so continue to look at the front 4. You can see a bit of tandem drafting there out in front. Forrest Blair and Carlucci working together, and then behind them West and Tavi. At the moment, Blair went fastest last time across the timing and scoring beacon, going purple. We'll have to see if that sticks or if the grouping of Kendall West and Benjamin Tavi are able to close in, and they are. More battling happening further back there, Caleb, but again, Tavi purple last time across the stripe, and that Nash Motorsports machine is really starting to ramp up the pace.
Yeah, indeed here, Benjamin Tavi, fastest lap of the race, 1:10.609. So again, wait for Tavi to kind of get to this front group. 2 drivers up ahead of Forrest Blair, Maddox Carlucci. Start to get some pressure from Benjamin Tavi, just has to hit his marks. As we work our way through this field, Asher Bazanski still at the back of it, running some good lap times and closing in the gap to 13th. Still running at the tail end of it all. You go to Ryder Wentworth, Aaron Genevieve Baratny, they're in 12th in the 212. They're working their way through, and this battle up front starting to get a lot closer here, Nate. Benjamin Tavi, again, the driver who we're looking at now, going to get a huge draft as we hit the front stretch.
Yeah, Tavi's going to see his teammate of Carlucci on board that Nash Motorsports machine and start to close up. Blair looking left and right behind him to see Benjamin Tavi, who, again, fastest on track last time across the stripe. There you see the confirmation. The Nash Motorsports cart is flying at the moment. Kendall West starting to drop back a little bit, but like we've seen, Caleb, one move will bring the rest of the pack in. Of course, outside of that P4 positioned cart of West, not a lot behind her. So we'll have to see if Carlucci, Blair, when they start to pull the pin and go for it, if that brings Kendall West into this. Is a second off the lead as things stand. Still a couple more laps here to go to decide it.
Yeah, still a good bit to go here as we're still looking with our top 3. And again, a very scenic K1 circuit, right? We've talked about this place, had to wait a good bit for this track to kind of take to the national scene. Now it's here, right, with Champions of the Future. It's provided some great racing as Forrest Blair looking on the inside, gets the move done for the lead of it, and through goes Benjamin Tavi as well. Clear for second, and Maddox Carlucci falls back to third. Here comes Kendall West as well, the driver up to 4th. And now within a shot to get herself in the top 3 at the end of the second round of heat races for these mini drivers.
It's a little bit of battling that Kendall West needed. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. It's such a frustrating point as a driver to where you're able to keep up with the drivers in front of you when they start to battle, like Blair almost not there, going a little bit defensive into the hairpin, but back to Kendall West, just frustrating for her not to be able to have the raw speed to hold up and having to rely on others to battle in front of her. Of course, her camp and the Position 1 Motorsports team will be looking at that, going over data for the final qualifying heat of the day later on. But white flag in the air this time by Caleb Blair, looking left and right over his shoulder, going defensive. Carlucci and Tavi will be working together, the 2 Nash Motorsports teammates, onto the front straight. One of them going wide. It's still the GFC of Blair leading the way as they make their way through Rocky Moran Corner onto second straightaway of the track, and it's looking like Blair is really under pressure here, Caleb.
And here we go, side by side for the lead, as there goes Carlucci and Tavi able to get clear. Kendall West as well, clear for third. So Forrest Blair on the final lap from the lead of it all the way back into third, and Maddox Carlucci for Nash Motorsports, now your leader to Benjamin Tavi, who sits in second, Kendall West in third. Forrest Blair looking for a move. The same goes for Kendall West on the inside of the hairpin. Not close enough to get by for second, and Forrest Blair looking to cross her up through for third. Forrest Blair back into the third spot. A couple of corners to go here. Maddox Carlucci holds on over Tavi. And again, got to be careful with how much you want to defend on this final corner. But so far, so good. Checkered flag in the air, and we're going to drag race all the way to the line. Tavi Carlucci gets the win in the second heat race of the day for the mini class. Benjamin Tavi across the line in second, and Forrest Blair running up your top three.
Just out top, Kendall West again in P4. Seems like she has the racecraft to at least stay with them when given the opportunity. But there is Max Carlucci taking the win here in mini for the second of 3 races today. Of course, not the numbers that we've seen, Caleb, at least in the K Junior or the K Senior class, but these 4 or 5 drivers have been able to put on a show out in front. There you can see unofficial results from qualifying Heat 2. Caleb brought you through the top 3. Kendall West, Hernandez, Bishop, top 6 drivers. A whole host of different teams out here supporting the opening weekend of the Champions of the Future America Series as well. They'll pull into the pits, so we'll have KA Junior qualifying Heat A versus C coming up next.
'26 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting, March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway, April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting, and May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside kart specialist, proudly supporting Champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Well, here we go. Engines are fired, and drivers head out onto the racetrack for the second heat race of the day for the KA100 junior class's second group. Going to be led out to the racetrack by Troy Ferguson. Once again, and this is A versus C. Troy Ferguson and Bronson Custis going to start on that first row with Tyron Scott and Sebastian Hauser. On row number 2, Wes Witt and Nixon Ellsworth going to be on row number 3 with Keegan Ellsworth and Dania Bizanski alongside him. Nathan Ramirez, Sebastian Johnson, Diesel Bizanski, a younger brother to Dania, Enzo Siddiqui, Taylor Noble, Koa Saito, Case Reth, Reef Sherry, Jet Whipple, Zachary Simmons, and more getting set to take the green flag here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a race it was at the first time we saw these KA junior drivers. Troy Ferguson, Sebastian Hauser, Wes Witt going to be definitely the ones to look out for after what we saw in the first time. We saw these KA juniors out for A versus B and C versus D. Again, they will be slowing down on their warm-up lap in just a few moments' time to start to form up out of the S's section and get things going here for the A versus C heat. The second time we've seen these KA junior drivers on track. The Team Kartnik boys out in front, leading the way with Ferguson and Kaustis. You have to think Caleb Troy Ferguson's probably not liking the result he got last time. Going to want to make up a few more spots and hold that lead. Potentially get a good race win. That'll be great for points going into tomorrow's Superheat and main events. Try and become the first winner, the KA Junior Champions of the Future race in 2026.
Indeed here, Nate. And again, Troy, or with a good showing in that first heat race, going to need a little more to try and come away with a win here. But here we go. Second race getting ready to go underway. Kusas Bronson alongside teammate Troy Ferguson on the inside. Wait for the green flag. We got it. We're racing in K100 Junior Heat 2.
Ferguson holding the lead going into turns 1, 2, and 3 through Rocky Moran corner with a couple kart length lead over the challenging pack. Everyone staying single file inside that top 8 or so. One of the GFCs making a move further back in the pack as everyone will be, again, single file through the S's, the midsection of this track. Troy Ferguson, though, Caleb, doing exactly what he needed to do, build himself a little bit of a gap there off the start and hold it through the starting sequence to allow him to hold on to that race lead and really control the race at the early stages of this race. But you can already see about second to about 8th at that stage, really starting to pack up here.
Yeah, well, here we go. Troy Ferguson, driver in the lead of it all with a couple of moves. Bronson now looking for a move for second. And able to get clear. Wes Witt was there for a total of a couple of corners. And again, Kustis was able to go back ahead. Here we go, side by side once again. More moves being made. And this is all kind of falling into the hands of Troy Ferguson here, and able to extend this gap, able to continue to push away with the fighting going on for second.
Yeah, absolutely. Ferguson's going to really enjoy to see those two HRT drivers further back than what they were a couple laps ago, as they're still going to continue to go at it. Because again, that's not what you want to be doing, as you see the drivers in that pack are pointing forward, trying to get further up, but obviously the message is not getting across to the drivers behind that continue to make moves and allow Troy Ferguson on that Kartnik OTK to drive further into the sunset. It was half a second last time by. This time, Caleb, just under a second between Ferguson and Hauser. 9/10 of a second the gap now.
Yeah, Sebastian Hauser there, like you mentioned. Driver now finds himself in second. The Tyrant Scott, driver in third. A couple of the HRT Motorsports machines kind of following suit. The Keegan Ellsworth and more as they're working their way through here. But yeah, indeed, this is so far so good for Troy Ferguson. But I'll tell you what, Sebastian Hauser, we weren't able to see much of a significant lap time to close down the gap, but it does look visibly like it's closing down just a little bit, Nate, here on your screen. Again, you have 5 cars, kind of a single file line working together for now. Looking to chase down 1, right? So, Troy Ferguson definitely being hunted now by the likes of Sebastian Hauser and company. Here's a move further back for Bronson Custas. Looking on the inside here of Keegan Ellsworth. Move to the bottom of the racetrack. Bronson able to get through.
Yeah, and Troy Ferguson is going to see some karts get a little bit closer. As Wes Witt, the 306 Formula Works GFC, going purple last time across the stripe. P6 for Witt at the moment. You can see him in the white helmet in the back there, going through in that pack of 3 through the S's. But Troy Ferguson did exactly what he needed to do at the start of this race. Now he's going to see Sebastian Hauser and Aaron Scott in second and third. The 2 HRT teammates start to close in to the back of that Partnick OTK that Ferguson is behind the wheel of. It was 0.7 of a second last time they came across the timing and scoring beacon. We'll see if that closes in, but judging by the eye test, Caleb, they are certainly making inroads on Ferguson.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a lot closer look here. It was 0.2 a lap ago. It was 0.4 this lap. Sebastian Hauser, man on a mission right now, closing in. And again, as we head into the Rocky Moran corner, already to the rear bumper here of Troy Ferguson. So a lot of passing opportunities here in the hairpins, and Ferguson knows it. To the bottom of the racetrack, now looking to defend. Hauser going to open up for the corner. Looking to cross up Ferguson. And now with the nose down low, looking to the bottom of the racetrack. Sebastian Hauser with a much better exit. Clear to the lead of the race for Sebastian Hauser.
Bold move there from Sebastian Hauser. Doesn't go defensive. He does halfway down the straightaway, though. Opens the corner back up. Tries to get the over-under on Ferguson. Doesn't get it done. Troy Ferguson now back to the lead of this race. And you can see it's now a 5-6 kart battle for the lead as Wes Witt and one of the HRT machines gain a little bit of contact there. Both of them staying in the right direction there, Caleb, but that could have been calamity in KA Jr. here in the second heat. But 2 to go. This time, as Hauser continuing to look back. Ferguson trying to get by another one of his Kartnick teammates here, all kicking off.
Yeah, and Hauser a little wide there on the exit of turn number 1. He bogged down just a little bit. Ferguson now going to be within good striking distance to try and make a pass for the lead of the race. Here we go. Hauser to the bottom. Ferguson follows Bronson. Custas gets kind of shoved from behind. Everybody getting pushed and shoved all the way through, side by side, further back. Wes Witt and Scott fighting for the spot, and this has allowed Troy Ferguson and a mano-a-mano fight for the lead of the race as they both go to the bottom. Look at the outside for Bronson Custas now looking across at Ferguson. The 2 Kartnick teammates side by side, and Ferguson going to slot in a second. They're looking for third as well as Wes Witt looks to stick a nose down nose. Scott's there, almost 10 drivers in the fight for the lead of the race. 3 wide into the final corner here, Nate.
These KA Junior drivers will be seeing the white flag, this time by Ferguson, going low and defending his position. Ellsworth, Hauser, all there trying to find a way past that Kartnick driver that's been so dominant. And here comes Hauser on the inside, turns 1-2 and Rocky Moran corner onto back straightaway. It is the HRT driver of Hauser getting it done and will lead us out of turn 4 through sector 1, and 2/3 of the lap left to go here, Caleb. About a kart length and a half between himself and Troy Ferguson at this stage of the race, and we'll have to see if he can hold on in an army of Formula Work GFCs behind. Ferguson going defensive, and that seems like it's the telltale sign that he doesn't think that he'll get to the back end of Sebastian Hauser.
Yeah, here we go. Ferguson already getting pressure from behind, but Sebastian Hauser up front, 2 car lengths. Ferguson doesn't feel safe, and it starts to defend for second. And up front, Sebastian Hauser got to the lead, hasn't looked back since the second to last lap, wins the second heat race in KA100 Junior with 1 driver off into the wayside in the final corner. But Sebastian Hauser, what a way to close it off. A dogfight in the end. He wins the second heat race in KA Junior.
Yeah, big win for him. Sebastian Hauser will be taking those heat points every day of the week. Troy Ferguson, again, another race where he's looked so strong, Caleb, and just unable to hold off out in front. We'll have to see what he can do the final race for the KA Juniors, or at least for him later on today. We still have another group of KA Juniors to go, but there you can see the classification for qualifying heat A through C for our KA100 Junior class. Sebastian Hauser getting it done. Troy Ferguson, Wes Witt, Keegan Ellsworth, and Nixon Ellsworth rounding out your top 5. Some cleanup here for KA Junior. We're taking a break from the action. Don't miss Champions of the Future live here on Kart Chaser.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You're gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting. March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway. April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting. And May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back here to the first ever Champions of the Future, the first round here in the United States of America. The America Series taking place here at K1 Circuit. What a great day we've had here so far, Nate. And again, talk us through it, right? Some great racing action so far throughout the day. And again, we get ready to go racing with our KA100 seniors, one of the biggest classes that we do have here this weekend at about 20 plus, I believe. Just about, maybe even in the 30s here, Nate. But thoughts so far on what's been an opening weekend here at the Champions of the Future, something new here in the U.S.?
Yeah, absolutely. Like we started the broadcast off with saying, it's always a privilege to be part of something so new to U.S. karting. We have so many series that have been with us for so long, so to be able to be a part of the Champions of the Future America Series, the inaugural weekend, is something quite special indeed. The racing has been incredible so far as well. With doesn't matter if you are in the KA Heritage class with less than 10 drivers or the KA Senior class with about just under 40 in their ranks. It's been hard racing up front all day long, and of course with so many of the rounds, Champions of the Future America Series being at K1 Circuit. Looking forward to that throughout the rest of the season, and of course what Spring Mountain brings later on in the year.
And again, this is a part of a three-prong expansion from Champions of the Future. They are also going to Saudi Arabia and Great Britain, or the United Kingdom, if you will. And again, trying to spread their outreach as well, pretty much throughout the world. So hitting one of the hot spots, one of the hotbeds, if you will, here in the U.S. And again, on what's been a revival of the West Coast, nonetheless, here with, again, a good number of tracks opening up, right? We've talked about Spring Mountain. We've talked about K1 Circuit and what it's done for the economy of karting in the West Coast. The same for the Colorado karting circuit, and more on and so on and so forth. So we've seen the sport starting to grow. We've seen everything kind of starting to expand as well. So we're getting ready to go racing here once again, as Daniel Ramirez and Braden Wagner get ready to lead us to the green flag with John McClellan, Alejandro Gonzalez on row number 2. Go back a little further, Aaron Spears as well, finding himself just on row number 3. Go all the way back down, last couple of rows, Henry Escalante, Nolan Bishop. Going to start on the tail end of this field. So this is a second group of K100 Juniors, B versus D. As we get ready to go racing here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. And these drivers will have about just under 2 laps to get those tires up to temperature and really get them into a nice window. It's a bit interesting to see compared to other series in the United States. You have such a short time to get those tires into a working window, so you have to deal with cold rubber and the kart sliding around on you, where these drivers this weekend, of course, a very long time to get those tires in the temp that they want. So should be less carnage on the opening lap, and I think we've seen some fairly clean race start sequences so far this weekend. Hopefully that continues on for the rest of the today and for tomorrow. But there you can see the front row, especially we're going to focus on John McClellan, a driver who had so much pace last race. Caleb unfortunately had a wreck at the end of Heat 1. So that National Motorsports machine will be hoping to get up front, stay out in front, get some well-deserved heat points going into tomorrow.
Yeah, well, here we go. We're getting ready to start the second of our heat races here, and it does look like we're getting ready to go racing. Side by side, and on the tram lines, Ramirez, Braden Wagner on row number 1. No green flag. First time of asking here, Nate.
Yeah, only the second time the start has been called off, so they'll re-rack, try it again. Again, a very long lap here at K1 circuit, pretty much exactly a mile in length, so they have quite a bit of time to think about what they did wrong and to give it another go. Of course, with most series in the U.S., you see the front 2 get inverted after a couple of tries, so hopefully we don't have to see that happen to those drivers on the front row. Making their way through the S's yet again, a slower pace. You'll have to think that they might have just gone a bit too early for the officials' liking. They'll re-rack here, Caleb, for our second attempt.
Here we go, Nate. And again, there's no sound as mellifluous as some K100 juniors working their way around K1 circuit. For those of you who don't have a dictionary in front of you, mellifluous, the definition of this word, a sound that is sweet and smooth and musical to hear. Not sure if you knew that one, Nate. I did, though. And yeah, beautiful sound that we have here. Some 100cc engines getting fired up and going.
Absolutely. As Ramirez there getting to the grid late. I think that's why it was called off the first time, as they won't get it again.
Not past the commitment cone there. And you see a shake of the head from John McClellan, the driver in third, who, again, should have started on that front row. So if you're Daniel Ramirez here, could be a penalty coming your way, especially after, again, maybe not making it out in time and you're waiting for the entire group to kind of catch you.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't have the schedule up right now, but there is a point where the gates to the grid do close, and the key there is if Ramirez got out in that time. When we were going for the first attempt, I did notice McClellan on the front row, looking at live timing, him starting scheduled to roll off third. So I was wondering what happened there to Ramirez. We got our answer. We'll have to see if any one of our KC reporters can get an answer after this race as to what happened, but they'll slow down, they'll re-rack them, they'll give it another go. Ramirez this time on the front row. Again, it just wouldn't have been safe, Caleb, to start him in that formation on the second go they had, with Ramirez already having a bit of a jump. It would have caused a bit of confusion for these K100 junior drivers. So everyone now, though, in position, ready to go for Heat 2.
Yeah, we'll wait for it here. Ramirez looking to start on the pole. So Daniel gonna be the driver on the inside now. McClellan just right behind him. Wagner gonna be on the outside, and we'll wait for the green flag. Third time should be the charm. Green flag flies, and we're racing. The second half of K Junior. What a move out of Braden Wagner, already the lead of the race before turn number 1. Ramirez bogs down. 3, 4 drivers around at the start of it all, and the exit of turn number 1. And to the point, it's not even Wagner at this point. Looks like one of the HRT drivers up at the front of it all.
Yeah, it might be Gonzalez at the front of that. Yeah, Gonzalez, like you said there, Caleb, leading the way. HRT has been strong so far this weekend, continuing that form, but having Braden Wagner on the Formula Works GFC behind is going to be hard to hold off. There you can see John McClellan down in 5th, losing out a couple of spots on the opening portion of this race. Will have to be smart and work with the drivers around him to get himself towards the front pack that we are following as they go into the final corner before the timing and scoring loop. HRT leads the way at the hands of Gonzalez on that 304 machine, up 3 spots. A lot of big movers here, Caleb. Spears up 3 spots into 3rd. Cole Anderson up 4 spots into 4th. So a lot of shuffling on that starting sequence.
Yeah, indeed. Already looking for another move. Braden Wagner looking on the inside and clear into the hairpin. Wagner back to the lead of it. But Gonzalez falling back to 2nd. Spears sitting in 3rd. Right behind him sits Cole Anderson. John McClellan drawing up your top 5. But they're locked in a battle here with Andrew Janus there in 6th. With Mason Moses as well in the 7th spot. There's a move. John McClellan looking to retake the 4th position. And it looked like he was indeed able to make it stick. But McClellan back up to 4th as we follow back with Braden Wagner at the lead of it all. Gonzalez in 2nd and Spears in 3rd. Into the final hairpin, where Jasal closes up this front stretch here, Nate, just provides for a lot of great passing opportunities, and you're seeing it here. Gonzalez to the inside and clear into turn 1.
It gets the job done. Wagner going to work with them. This is only going to help John McClellan, who went purple last time across the stripe, and will have his National Motorsports teammate in front who's looking back. Spears sees him and will probably be liking that, to have 2 stones in this fight out in front, but McClellan, of course, has to get there fairly soon to help out a struggling Spears at this point. Again, just has the speed at this stage of the race to hold with those front 2, but starting to lag back certain points of the track. That's only going to hurt as the run goes on, as Wagner and Gonzalez seem so content and so quick up front at this point. Again, you can see there Caleb Spears starting to drop back a little bit from that front pack, and I think John McClellan at this rate most likely isn't going to work with them too much, even though they are teammates. He sees that lead getting further and further out into the sunset and desperately needs those heat points after what happened to him in Heat 1.
Oh yeah, John McClellan just needs to cross the finish line here and hope for for a good starting spot, right? When you talk about the super heats tomorrow, heat race number 3 as well, still on the docket for them later on today. Jackson Gibson put in a great lap back in 9th as we have more movers there just on the edge of the top 10 making moves. That's the group with Jackson Gibson himself, Cole Anderson, Andrew Janus right there as well. But up front, Braden Wagner, Alejandro Gonzalez. This is something that we haven't seen much of this weekend, right? Especially with very short heat races, almost ephemeral heat races, if you will, here, Nate. With again, they don't last long; they're very short. You got to take advantage of those short heat races. So, for drivers like Wagner, for drivers like Gonzalez, is taking advantage of this. Only 2 more laps, pretty much, to keep it out in front, and then you can start to fight and just hope that everybody else is still kind of negotiating for a position, still going back and forth.
Yeah, looking further back, Spears pointed by with John McClellan on the back straightaway. McClellan didn't go by. I wonder if he's having some sort of engine issue as things run at the moment, just unable to get to the back end and past Spears. So could be interesting story to watch throughout the rest of the weekend as these front 2, Gonzalez and Wagner, continue to put time on drivers behind. 9/10 of a second was the gap between first and third last time by, with Wagner going purple, resetting fast time. And for 2 drivers that are in the low 104s, the guys behind are in the high 104s. Seems like it's a 2-horse race at the moment. And a lot of these drivers, when they go back to their teams, look at the data as they see 2 to go, will need to find a lot of time to be able to contend for a race win.
Yeah, well, here we go. 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go with 5 out of 7 laps completed. As we work our way up the hill out of the Rocky Moran corner, and the 2 Nash Motorsports machine of Aaron Spears and John McClellan just a little bit 2 ways back from the HRT and the GFC of Alejandro Gonzalez and Braden Wagner. And Wagner's been quite methodical and tactical in the way that he's been making moves throughout the weekend. He has to do it a little more time, and you see him just pointing forward, right? Not really in any rush, seems very controlled. The body language just doesn't seem nervous. Seems very calm, cool, collected, and that's what it takes, right, to come out here and to win heat races. And if you can get another one on the day, this would be a great way to back up a great first heat race result that he had earlier on today, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. And white flag in the air this time by Wagner, continuing to work with Gonzalez, just pointing forward, doesn't want anything to do with driving or to allow Spears and McClellan, the 2 National Motorsports drivers, in on this battle for the lead. That gap continues to grow. 9/10, still that gap, but now Gonzalez looking to the inside, defending from Wagner. Wagner not wanting any of it, him still pointing forward. Caleb Cole Anderson, another GFC driver, going purple, but out of this battle, he's down in 7th. To the middle sector they go. It's still Gonzalez leading the way. The question is, will he white line going into turn 8 here?
Yeah, not just yet. As John McClellan fade down low, contact with teammate Aaron Spears. Both the Nash Motorsports machines get collected in the infield hairpin, and up front, Gonzalez and Wagner, who again, very smart racing here in between the 2 of them, as Wagner looking to cross him up into the final corner, over under Wagner to the lead of the race, and across the line with the win. Braden Wagner steals it from Gonzalez at the line.
What a move there from Braden Wagner, waiting all race for a nefarious move in the final corner on the final lap to take the win away from Gonzalez. Braden Wagner in Formula Works Racing will definitely take that one here for KA Junior as they complete their cool down lap. John McClellan scored in 3rd, then Mason Mose in 4th. Luis Martinez rounding out your top 5. Some movers, Caleb. Luis Martinez up 7 spots. A good race for him. But speaking of, like, Daniel Ramirez, starting on the front row, down 17 spots in 18th. bad day for him thus far. Going to be trying to make up some heat points the final round later on.
Very smart driving out of Braden Wagner, must be said. Tactical in the way that he kind of pointed forward to Alejandro Gonzalez, waited for the final corner, got out of the mess, crossover, and a win. It's looking pretty good as far as heat points go for Braden Wagner. Nonetheless, more set to come your way. We're live from K1 Circuit at the beautiful Winchester facility for the first ever Champions of the Future America Series. We'll be right back with more. Okay, senior rolls out with Steven Eisert, Johnny Stamps getting ready to take the green from row number 1. Jackson Menchu and Gavin McHugh on row number 2 with Matthew Cagle, the rookie, and Flavio Acchini on row number 3. The likes of Luis Perez and Steven Searock going to be on row number 4 with Isaac Gutierrez and Josh Leslie. Back on row number 5, Archer Eversman and Spencer Kempton. Eversman with a good result at the end of heat race number 1. These drivers just, again, some moves being made. But here's a little rundown of what we have. Clockwise direction with 5,280 feet of track length, if you will, here in Winchester, California. And this layout will change as the season goes on.
Absolutely. Starting this series with the track layout everyone knows and loves here at K1 Circuit. I believe we're finishing the season off with this layout as well, but throughout the midpoints of the season, all the unused track you see from the coverage will most likely be used throughout the 2026 Champions of the Future America's Series debut season for this series, and it's been a good one so far, Caleb, especially in KA Senior. A massive field on the opening weekend. Johnny Stamps was very quick on his Formula Works GFC out in front. Steven Eisert alongside him, who did not have as good of a run as he would have wanted, got shuffled down the pack, wasn't really able to make a stamp out in front. So we'll have to see what the Speed Sense driver can do as well. Making their way into the tram lines in the next couple of moments here, Caleb. The engines will roar to life in Heat 2 of KA Senior.
Yeah, well, here we go. California's own Steven Eisert, as well as Johnny Stamps, getting ready to lead this field to green as we round the final corner. Eisert needing a much better result here in the second heat race of K100 Senior. The same can be said for Johnny Stamps. But we get ready to go racing. We look for the green flag. We're stacked and packed, bumper to bumper, green flag in the air. We're racing once again in KA Senior.
Steven Eisert doing what he needed to do last race and getting a jump on the rest of the pack, cementing himself out in front on that Speed Concepts machine. Johnny Stamps looking up the inside of Jackson Menchu. Gets that job done in turn 4 and is released to try and close down Steven Eisert's lead out in front. The rest of the field making it through the opening sequence of corners just fine there, Caleb, but everyone's sights now set on Steven Eisert out in front.
Here we go, Eisert. Again, a good lead. Not comfortable, though, with the likes of Jackson Menchu making moves already in third. Johnny Stamps to get himself to second as they work their way into the final corner. And already Johnny Stamps looking to cross up Steven Eisert. And Eisert not going to fight it all too much. Going to slot back in the line. Johnny Stamps going to lead this race over Eisert to Menchu, back to Gavin McHugh and everybody else. Single file line with a couple of movers and shakers. Matthew Cagle looking to put himself at the bottom of the racetrack, looking to fend off a fast-charging Luis Perez. Sadly, it didn't stick as Menchu now looking on the inside of Eisert. McHugh looking to follow through. Both of them get clear, and now here comes Perez looking off Steven Eisert.
Eisert just falling down the order there. And after such a strong start, it's not what him or the Speed Sense team would have wanted to see, but a bit of a broken record here, Caleb, out in front. Johnny Stamps, like last race, out in front, leading the way on that Formula Works GFC. It's a team that we've seen all the time at other national, other regional series. Is more hard racing there, Caleb, as Eisert almost gets collected. I believe that was McHugh Cagle and Perez involved in that one.
Yeah, Perez went deep into the brakes, and everybody just having to kind of check up the rest of the group, just looking to avoid, and Perez wide again on the exit of turn number 1. Matthew Cagle, one of the biggest beneficiaries of all that. He's up to 3rd, Eisert's in 4th, but the gap is massive up to Jackson Menchu and Johnny Stamps that are in the lead of this race. Eversman's the driver that finds himself in 5th. But again, that little incident, if you will, from Perez kind of opened up this group, opened up the battle in this race. So now the second group having to recover, having to kind of find their footing once again. And Eversman going to send it low on Steven Eisert into the infield hairpin. As they wait to exit, Eversman is clear. Look like Cagle went by as well on Steven Eisert, who's going to respond now.
Eisert's needing to turn this race around quick. He wants to get some points in the books. A lot of drivers battling it out into that final corner. A couple of them dropping tires on the way in. Eisert going defensive already from Gutierrez and the like. Continue to follow him. You can see, though, out in front, Caleb, 2 packs of 2 with Stamps and Menchu, and then Cagle and Eversman. Like I was saying before, the GFCs have been so fast here. Of course, this is a home track for them, but some new factors, some new tires for this series. So, of course, with the team so invested in the small details, them studying the tribology, the wear of how these new tires will affect the handling and the long-run pace of these karts will be key for them and the rest of the teams. But the midpoint of this race, the KA seniors continuing to battle it out.
Yeah, again, the tires is one of the things that we haven't yet mentioned or haven't talked about all too much, right? It's a very soft set of tires, something that, again, a lot of these drivers haven't been used to running, right? Usually on an Avinco tire, which is, you know, a standard MG Avinco blue in this class. But again, running an iteration of Maxxis tires, the first time this tire has been brought into the States, something different for a lot of these drivers that they've had to kind of work through, and that changes a lot of things, right? The centripetal force or the Rocky Moran corner is one of the things that changes a whole lot, right? How you move your body, how you work your way through, and Archer Eversman just went fast as that last lap for Axis Motorsports, working his way through there on Matthew Cagle, Nate. So a pass for 3rd to change things around. And it's continuing to shuffle here, but yeah, the tires is one of the biggest topics that I know Jackson Lambros has been getting into, and hearing from the drivers, right? You're seeing it on the track surface as well. This is a surface that is probably going to lay down more rubber than it has in its history with a new iteration of tires.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, those Maxxis tires that we've seen run overseas put down a lot of rubber. And any of the drivers that go and run over in Europe will tell you just how grippy those tracks are. More battling happening here into the final corner. But be interesting to see how these American teams, these American drivers handle that challenge of a track that could get well beyond the grip levels of what they are used to at other national and regional events. Luis Perez, a Mike Manning karting machine, went fastest that time by on the 438. He's down, though, in 10th, Caleb, so out of frame of the lead battle, but definitely a driver to keep an eye on later on today for the final round of KA Senior Heat Racing and then to the Super Heats and main events tomorrow.
Like Perez further back was looking to make a couple of moves as he finds himself kind of stuck in that midfield group. And you got to talk about Perez a little bit as well, right? A driver who was inside of the top 10, finding himself, you know, even inside of the 5, a driver with pace, and you could argue to win these heat races, one of the fastest in the KA Senior Division. But again, that move, that mistake can cost you that much, right? And you're seeing it here, Nate, right? The level here at Champions of the Future, especially throughout the K100 senior categories, has been very high. And again, the margin of error, very, very minimal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one little mistake, and the rest of the field can either walk away from you or, no, in the case of Johnny Stamps and Jackson Menchu, who have done everything right, you see them go further and further behind you off into the distance, and that's exactly what these guys like to see at this point. Yellow flags up in the air. We might have
Oh, double yellow.
Potentially for full course yellow here, Caleb.
Full course caution.
This could be a new
Yeah, there's
situation for these guys.
Looks like a lot of dirt kicked up on the racetrack here. So a full course caution. And again, we've seen this kind of we've seen the stateside just not all too often when you do see it. So it looks like a full course caution. So far, everybody inside of the top 10 looks to be all right. But this class is going to get stacked up here. And Johnny Stamp's going to have to restart this field, depending if they do decide to restart and a couple of drivers get collected at the back of it all. This is exactly what could happen in a situation like this, right? With drivers kind of coming in full speed, looking to rejoin the pack. Think of it like a safety car, right? We saw about 4 hours or, I don't know, 6 hours, I think, over at the 24 Hours of Daytona. Nate, correct me if I'm wrong. We're going to get about 2 laps of it. Won't be as extreme, if you will, but yeah, it's pretty much safety car protocol here of what we have. Double yellow, and Johnny Stamps, as soon as he gets the okay, going to have to take the field back racing.
Still under yellow conditions. So this is interesting for these drivers because if you've been around karting for long enough, this is something that the likes of Superkarts USA have not done as much, but we've seen this a lot at the Super Nationals where, you know, you have barrier repair or whatnot. They throw the full course yellow. And you can see one of the drivers there stopped with, looks like an engine blowing up for them. So the rest of the field getting slowed down. Again, this is probably not something a lot of these drivers have dealt with before. So the officials seeing a lot of incidents throughout the field, throughout the track, I should say. Not wanting to go full red, but still allowing these marshals to do their job in a safe way. Should say, though, with all this dust kicked up, of course, the teams and drivers will have to be very careful. Looking at the reads of the carts, this red flag is out. But to finish my point there, you know, with all the dust getting into potentially, you know, the engine, the fluids inside the carts, they might have to check the viscosity of the oil, the gas, to make sure there's not too much debris inside that, to give it a full reset, a full flush of that system. Again, red flag here in KA100 Senior. So it looks like Johnny Stamp's trying to figure out whether they want him to pull into the pits or not. They're going to stop him on the back straight here, Caleb.
No, the race is going to conclude here. The race has concluded. Johnny Stamps will win. But yeah, some big words out of you here today, Nate. Got a dictionary open next to you, it sounds like.
Trying to add a little bit of an extra level to the broadcast, of course, with everyone at K1 Speeds across the nation, across the world watching as well. Got to make myself sound a little bit smarter than I actually am, but that'll conclude.
Educated, if you will, right? Educated gentleman.
Yeah, a little bit more educated than I actually am.
Well, there you go. Now we've enjoyed this first day of racing action here for all the drivers here at K1 Circuit on what's been a great start to it all. The first red flag of the weekend. We're going to end the KA100 Seniors out a little bit early. But coming up next, the Heritage Division gets ready to hit the racetrack. Myself and Nadine will continue to dive into a dictionary, look for more words to use to pop out here today. And we'll be right back with a little more.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At Sim Shop, We deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
So in motorsport, every detail matters, but we need to try to avoid using expensive and fragile sensors. So I'm gonna show you how we do it. So this is a comparison between the sensor, pink curve, and the accelerometer in blue. So we can read how hard the driver is applying the brake and how easy he's modulating his release in order to understand how the driver's braking. The sensor costs hundreds of dollars and the accelerometer is already in your dash. So you don't need to buy anything.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the Smarty Cam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver's not. You see that one driver's oversteering and the other driver's pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
One thing that is really nice about the Micron 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you gotta create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now and join the online course today.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has.
Well, here we go. It's time to go racing in KA100 Heritage. As we get ready to go racing, let's run you down your starting lineup with Austin Elliott, Brett Harrelson, Shane Hawkins, Joshua Daly, your first two rows, back to Paul Bonilla, Tony Gomez, Craig Vasquez, and Ed Quinn. Your 8 drivers getting set to take the green flag here from California.
If you remember back to last race, Heat 1 for KA100 Heritage, Austin Elliott, large gap between himself and P2 to get the victory. He'll be hoping to do that again, but the rest of the field will know that they can't mess around too much this time, Caleb, as to allow Speed Sense Machine to build a gap out in front and to hold it like he did in heat number 1. Have to wait and see, though. Of course, 2 laps of warm-up for these KA100 Heritage drivers. We'll have to see who can bring it to Austin Elliott this time.
Nadine, by any chance, do you have any idea what a laminar flow means?
I don't, Caleb, but as we're on this warm-up lap, why don't you explain to the viewers at home what that is?
So according to a trusty friend of mine called AI, it's a type of fluid airflow in which the fluid travels smoothly or in regular paths. This is opposite of a turbulent flow. So when you talk about a racetrack like K1 Circuit here in Winchester, I think a laminar flow is quite ideal to draft up to somebody and make moves.
I would say so. I think here at K1 Circuit, Newcastle Motorsports Park, another one of our longer tracks on the year with long straightaways, having that draft is key, and it's exactly what we've seen all day long throughout the classes, is having that drafting buddy is so key to be able to get further away in front of the field or to catch up. But K100 Heritage into the tram lines this time, Caleb. Hopefully we're not going to have what we had in KA Junior with trying it 3 times. We'll get it on the first time of asking. KA Heritage is green.
And a good start up front. Austin Elliott leads us away over the first couple of corners. And through for second goes Shane Hawkins there. Able to get by. Brett Harrelson now looking to go back. Sorry, that's Paul Bonilla. Looks like in the 511. And we'll get a better look at him once they come back around and down the hill. And already a change up front as Austin Elliott loses 2 spots in the process. So Paul Bonilla through for second. And up front, Shane Hawkins now the driver in the lead on the GFC.
So a good start for Hawkins, up 2 positions and into the lead. Austin Elliott down to 3rd, so those 2 swap positions. So a bit of a mix-up to what we saw qualifying heat number 1. Should be interesting to see if Austin Elliott is able to get himself back up there, but like we were saying, throughout pretty much the entirety of qualifying heat number 1, Caleb, these guys are just so close on times. The only reason we saw that big gap is they started to battle a bit too much, allow Austin Elliott to go and drive off into the sunset. But really, at the start, the end of these races, they're only a couple tenths off each other, and you can see a couple of them thinking about making some moves on each other just to re-rack the positions. But as things stand, the Lakeside Karting GFC of Shane Hawkins leading the way.
This is one of the biggest kind of things to keep an eye on here as well, right, Nate? With kind of little moves going on, and this move right here out of Paul Bonilla as he looked for it, wanted to go for the lead, move back in the line. That pretty much told Austin Elliott, right, got to go right back in the line, is now the move being made up front, and it was Austin Elliott to get through on Paul Bonilla. So Elliott through for second, Bonilla back, but this is going to start to stack up the field. Elliott not going to wait for another lap, another quarter to the point of it. And Austin Elliott for Speed Sense Motorsports the lead, but not for long, because here comes Hawkins looking to go back into turn 1, side by side, wheel to wheel, around the outside. Elliott looks to hold on, over the rumble strips. And there goes Bonilla looking on the inside as we head into the S's. And somehow, some way, Austin Elliott able to hold on a second.
And down in 6th there, Joshua Daly, fastest as things stand. He's right behind another one of his National Motorsports teammates. Austin Elliott, though, right where he left off in heat number 1, leads the way this time, though, having to fight for it a little bit more into the final sector of the track. Caleb, everyone's still saying single file for the time being. You have to wonder if they're going to continue this momentum of battling for position, if they're going to calm down a little bit. Realize you got a long race ahead. You still got a qualifying heat later today, the Super Heat, and the final tomorrow. No need to put a cart in a barrier, or if they're really going to go for it, get those heat points. It's exactly what Hawkins is going to do. He's going to force Elliott wide off into the runoff area. It's not going to work for the GFC pilot. Elliott's going to hold out for the time being.
Yeah, well, here we go. Everybody to the low side of the racetrack as they're working their way through. Austin Elliott in the lead of it all, but this group starting to get stacked up. We're all the way back almost down to Craig Vasquez, Nate. Everybody inside of the top 6. Almost all 8 drivers here within frame. The only one that's a little bit further back is Ed Quinn, who again could join this group here momentarily if we continue to show for position. But with Bonilla now moving a second, Hawkins in the 3rd spot, Brett Harrelson to Joshua Daly inside of your top 5. This is anybody's game here, and we're only a third of the way through with this race. We're about to complete, or start, I should say, lap number 4 out of 9. And it feels like the change from the lead has been challenged almost in every single lap, and all of our 8 drivers in this field are going to be within frame here momentarily.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if have a little bit more battling up front, just a couple more attempts or passes later on in this race as Paul Bonilla sets fast time again as he looks to the inside there in turn 4, gets the job done on Austin Elliott. So new leader on that LN machine, Paul Bonilla, is Austin Elliott. Thought about it into turn 5, unable to get that job done. Probably scaring Bonilla just a little bit, so head down for Bonilla, try and get away from the rest of the field. But like we were saying, Caleb, earlier on, the draft is just so key around here. It's so difficult to break away from the challenging pack, and he's just going to have to get comfortable with defending that lead.
Oh, here we go. Elliott now going to have to go back to the drawing board, being in 2nd. To complete lap number 5, start lap number 6. And move her further back. Harrelson had a look down low on Hawkins and just slotted right back into line. Wasn't going to work as a battle further back for P6 continues to go forward with Tony Gomez and Craig Vasquez. And your top 5 start to pull away. Paul Bonilla, fastest lap of the race here to start lap, or on lap number 5 as we start lap number 6. And the gap back from the top 2 is starting to extend here a little bit, Nate. 2 car lengths back to the GFC of Shane Hawkins. But again, expected to close in. The closing rates here just, they come at you out of nowhere pretty much. One pass is made and everybody else brought right back into contention for a race win here. Elliott gonna have to be perfect. Can't afford to put a foot wrong from here on out if he wants to be in contention for a heat race victory.
Absolutely. I mean, speaking of not wanting to put a foot wrong, Hawkins, Harrelson, and Daly in that 3rd, 4th, and 5th position. Starting to lose the front pack ever so slightly as it looks like Brett Harrelson into the inside of Shane Hawkins, unable to get that job done. So the GFC pilot will continue to lead the way in that 2nd group. In the 3rd spot, but Austin Elliott, P2, resetting fast time. But still, Caleb, you would think resetting fast time, though, would build him a little bit of a buffer. Still staying about the same, like we were saying in Heat 1, the parity between these KA100 Heritage drivers, so incredibly close. And all it takes is just a little bit of battling to split them up, and with how close they are, Takes him a long time to reel in the karts in front.
And look at this out of Brett Harrelson. This battle back for third, quite interesting, right? Because 2 laps in a row, Brett Harrelson has tried to make a move on that front stretch. He's really good out of the corners, all over the rear bumper here of Shane Hawkins. But when you look at it, just looks like he doesn't have enough gear to kind of push his way by the GFC. And you see it again just on the rear bumper, but just doesn't have enough to get clear on the exit of turn number 1. A little wide there on the exit. But we look up front, Austin Elliott, we said it, right? Just he's been patient with Paul Bonilla. He's kind of waited back there in the second spot. And when he's needed to, been able to make the move. This time around, though, here comes Harrelson looking on the inside. The push from a teammate further back, and Daly is going to go side by side for fourth. As now Harrelson puts it on the inside, looking to defend, looking to hold back Hawkins. Who again, Hawkins was the driver who led this race early on, and now falling back to fourth. Now the driver in fifth, and Joshua Daly already continuing to challenge.
Could be interesting between Shane Hawkins and Brent Harrelson. With Harrelson, like you said, Caleb, doesn't seem to have a ton of top end, but more so out of the corner pace. Could be helping him. Seems a bit lopsided, but out in front, Elliott to the lead will get that job done over Bonilla, who will go side by side, so not quite yet. Bonilla will take the race lead right back into Rocky Moran corner. Into turn 4 they go. Going defensive is Bonilla, mid-tracking it down into 4. Holds the position at that double apex. Austin Elliott, even though he went purple last time by, is going to have to try and find a way by as Bonilla goes defensive down into the S's.
Yeah, and here comes Harrelson as well. 2 car lengths and closing. And Ash Motorsports machine starting to get closer to the top 2. Here goes Elliott looking on the inside, and the infield hairpin didn't have enough. Had to get on the brakes, and Harrelson given a chance for a second here as Elliott starting to feel the pressure, and Bonilla giving a little bit of breathing room up front. With a little bit of time to spare, and Hawkins catches him by surprise. Harrelson back to 4th, could be 5th. And up front, when you get down to it, Paul Bonilla across the line wins heat race number 2 in K100 Heritage.
Some heat points that he will take going into tomorrow with the super heat and the final. Still one more chance for these K100 Heritage drivers to get some points to their tally later on today. Gonna say goodbye to them for now until later on in the evening. Paul Bonilla, Austin Elliott, Shane Hawkins, Joshua Daly, Brent Harrelson, top 5, Tony Gomez, Craig Vasquez, Ed Quinn, rounding out your field. And there you can see the unofficial classification for KA100 Heritage. Next up on the docket, X30 Pro Qualifying Heat number 2 coming your way.
Well, here we go. Time for the pros to go racing. Heat race number 2. Eric Doan, rookie, able to win the first one. But Sergey Kermaselli starts on the pole alongside Eric Doan, Jake Drew, and Keegan Kaminsky on row number 2, with Gerardo Peralta on row number 3. Alongside Matias Coito, Kurt Harnish, Chris Tokunaga, Santiago Hermida, and Luis Lugo. Your drivers getting set to take the green flag here for the second of their qualifying heats here today.
Yeah, of course, it's cool to see some drivers that we've been watching on the national circuit in the senior category mixed with drivers that we've seen rise up through the ranks, i.e. being Eric Doan on the West Coast Motorsports Barrel Art. Starting in second, got the win, like you said, in the opening race, able to bring it to what is a very strong contingent of GFC Formula Works drivers, of course, with Kermaselli, with Jake Drew, with Keegan Kaminsky, all drivers that are incredibly fast wherever they go, and especially here at home soil for the Formula Works GFC brand. It's all that more impressive to see Eric Doan really taking it to these guys out in front.
Yeah, well, here we go. Don't forget, for those of you at home, saw a couple ads pop up as well. You can order your Micron 6 today from shopakr.com. And again, if you see that QR code pop up throughout the broadcast, don't forget, scan it on your phone. Order your Micron 6 today. Lucas Noguera, again, one of our partners, talks about how you can use it to your advantage and talk about all the little nice nuances that it has. But here we go. Sergey Kermaselli is on the inside. Eric Doan, Heat 1 winner on the outside. Green flag in the air. We're racing in X30 Pro for heat race number 2.
And off the bat, Jake Drew taking the lead on board his GFC machine into the opening sequence of corners, and onto the straightaway they go. Drew leading the way from Kermaselli. And now Keegan Kaminsky up into third now. Eric Doan back into fourth. So a GFC 1, 2, 3 at the front of this field. So 9 laps to decide who gets Heat 2 in X30 Pro here, Caleb. And I think we've seen it a lot over the past calendar year of just how much GFC emphasizes working together, working with the drivers on your brand. We're seeing that so far. We'll have to see throughout the weekend if that unravels, as Eric Doan losing another position in a turn 11 there.
And think about this as well, right? This isn't the house team for GFC. This is Formula Works, right? One of the sister teams, one of the bigger sister teams at that. Tony Saragusa at the helm of it, with Jake Drew, again, being a very hands-on member of the team, moving back out of California to work with the crew. Sergey Kermaselli now looking on the inside, following along with Keegan Kaminsky, and they're both able to get by the shoe. So now Kermaselli in the lead to Kaminsky, to Jake Drew, and Eric Doan right behind them in fourth. So I'm sure if you're a guy like Sonny Cervelli, who's I'm sure here with us this weekend, you tell your guys, right, work together, push each other away, because Eric Doan just won the first of the heat races. And they're going to want a GFC to end at the front of it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with as high of the amount of races as you have this weekend, as Eric Doan up the inside of 604 GFC, maybe Chris Melli, again, losing a position. But like we were saying, you know, you do have a lot of races this weekend. You have a lot of time to make up from a mistake, but that's not really the mentality you're going to want going into this weekend. You have to make every lap count, every position count, and that's something that the GFC guys, Gary Carlton and Sonny Cervelli, will definitely be pounding into their drivers from the mini divisions all the way up to these Pro X30 drivers. They have to take every advantage they can, take every points pain opportunity that they can. And of course, using your numbers against the other drivers. You have 3 incredibly talented drivers in this Pro X30 class alone that you're able to use against the likes of Eric Doan. But Eric's been impressive, not only this weekend, but throughout 2025 and 2026 as well, and the races that he has done in senior and pro competition, as drivers starting to throw off some tape. A little bit more debris, though, on track there, Caleb.
Eric Doan looked like, ripping a piece of tape off on the front stretch. Almost dropped a tire into the dirt. Not going to lose much time, though, as he goes in on Kermaselli in the first of the hairpins. He's able to get clear, so Eric Doan up to second. And Jake Drew starting to kind of lose touch here with the top 3. And the gap up front for Eric Doan. Talk about a rookie, right? We talked a lot about the GFC strength in numbers. But the lone Burrellard in the field seems to be one of the faster drivers, as he now puts himself a car length away from Keegan Kaminsky. And you got to think, how long does Eric Doan wait as we head to the final corner on the racetrack here? Doan going to be within striking distance on the front stretch here, Nate.
Yeah, and look at the jump he got out of the final corner there, already pulling alongside Keegan Kaminsky to the lead, but for how long? Side by side at the exit. Doan's going to be on the outside. We'll have to concede the position to Keegan Kaminsky, who retakes that lead. Doan going almost 2 tires off in the gravel there on the exit of Rocky Moran corner. That's something you don't want to do with just how coarse and how sandy it is off track here. It will take a long, long time to get that debris off of your tires and to be able to compete again. So Eric Doan, very, very close from getting away with it. And now to the lead for the Burrellard driver.
Eric Doan looking to go back in on Keegan Kaminsky, and here goes Jake Drew looking on the inside of the double rights. Drew's clear. There goes Peralta to get through as well, up to third. The first time we've said get out of those names so far this weekend, getting himself into the mix now, in the conversation, into the top 3 with the fastest lap of the race. And for a driver like Keegan Kaminsky, right, elbows out, not letting rookie Eric Doan stay out in the lead of it all for much longer. And now in control, Jake Drew follows him through. Peralta clear as well for third. And now Kermaselli, the driver that's in fourth, with Eric Doan from the lead of the race a lap ago. Now back to fifth, with more drivers starting to come into the mix. Koito not too far back either in sixth.
Yeah, Koito not too far back, a driving instructor at this track. So obviously he knows it like the back of his hand, and he's going to be having to find a couple tenths here or there to catch back up to the likes of, well, it would have been Eric Doan, but now he looks to the inside of Kermaselli to get that job done and to move his Burrellard up another position. And it's just for Eric Doan. It seems like he's getting shuffled a lot. He gets to the front of the field, gets shuffled back by the GFCs, has to do it all over again. So kind of a losing battle for Eric Doan as things stand, but Jake Drew back up front, take the lead away from his Formula Works GFC teammate of Keegan Kaminsky. Is more battling there, Caleb, as we head into turn 1 and onto the back straightaway yet again.
Elbows out racing. Peralta got side by side with Keegan Kaminsky there as they were looking to trade positions. Here goes Eric Doan, too deep into the brakes. Doan goes around, collects the Carlos Sainz machine with them, and the rookie with a mistake in the first hairpin. Out of contention here, and that's released all 3 of the GFCs in the lead of it. Jake Drew at the point to Kaminsky to Kermaselli, your top 3 for Formula Works.
It's just heartbreaking for Eric Doan, who's shown so much pace this weekend, to bring it to the Formula Works GFC drivers that now find themselves out in front. 2 sticks in the air this time by Caleb for Jake Drew, for Keegan Kaminsky and Kermaselli. Now Koito up into the top 5. He's in 4th now with Eric Doan making that mistake, who's now down in 8th, almost 8 seconds, a little bit more than that, off of the leaders. So he'll have to hit the reset button, but out in front Keegan Kaminsky taking the lead away from Jake Drew. As the GFC guys will start to go at it, as Drew thought about a move into turn 5 there. It's a risky move into the S's downhill, a little bit on camber, but still very difficult job to get done. Karamaselli doing some sort of hand signals to Jake Drew in front. They're working together now, Caleb, but like we were saying at the start of this race, only a matter of time until they really start to battle amongst the teammates.
And here we go. They'll get the white flag this time around. Karamaselli looking on the inside here of Jake Drew. They're side by side. This is best case scenario for Keegan Kaminsky to try and run away with a heat race win. Drew, the catch over a break here from Karamaselli. Both of them going for the win here, a core length. That's it. As we head into Rocky Moran, final time. Jake Drew, that gap closing. Kaminsky knows it. Look over the shoulder, long look over the shoulder. Drew falls into the bottom. Karamaselli the first one on the high side as they work their way out of the first hairpin.
Keegan Kaminsky and a little bit of a bump there from Jake Drew. Everyone's staying in line. Eric Doan going fastest last lap. It's not going to help him at all this time. Drew to the inside, unable to get that done, unable to get to the side pod of Keegan Kaminsky there, Caleb. They're still going to go at it, but Kaminsky only a couple corners now to secure a heat race win.
Couple of quarters to go. Kaminsky side by side with Jake Drew. Karamaselli going to push him through. Jake Drew looking to rip the high side around the outside. Not enough for Drew. Not enough for Karamaselli. Kaminsky wins heat race number 2. And across the line, further back, 3 wide. Eric Doan looks to hold on, looks to regain positions. And it's a top 5 finish for Eric Doan to round up your top 5. Unfortunately there, Luis Lugo and Peralta not able to close it. Lugo able to close it out. Peralta the only one with a DNF here. But Keegan Kaminsky, your winner in heat race number 2. Your second winner in X30 Pro, with Eric Doan winning the first one. A lot of recovery, and the point swing could very well go the way of Keegan Kaminsky. Nonetheless, though, we get ready. One final qualifying heat race to end the Saturday of action here, the first ever Champions of the Future Americas Series. Myself and 18 have been very fortunate to bring you guys all the live action. Heat race number 3. We start back top of the order with our mini drivers. We'll be right back with some more.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
That is really nice about the Micro 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson threw on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So if the Smarty can, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver's not. You see that one driver's oversteering and the other driver's pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
So in motorsport, every detail matters.
Well, here we go. Time for qualifying heat race number 3 for our mini drivers, Forrest Blair and Maddox Carlucci. Get ready to lead us to the green flag with Asher Bizanski, Kendall West on row number 2 with Tavi and Ochi on row number 3.
Behind them, Emiliano Hernandez, Carson Bishop behind as well. You can see there a whole host of other drivers rounding out your mini qualifying Heat 3 field. The final time we'll see these mini drivers today before Superheat and Final come Sunday. You're not going to want to miss out on that, nor will you want to miss out on the other action we have here on Kart Chaser for tomorrow. The final round of the Rotax Winter Trophy down in Texas will be live as well with the Apex Southeast Round 2 in Florida. So coast-to-coast action and a stop in Houston, Texas as well, Caleb, for everyone subscribed to KC Premium. And you're not going to want to miss that, but you're not going to want to miss the action you're about to see for the final round of qualifying heat races, led by Blair West on pole here on that GFC kart.
Yeah, and again, very well said there, Nate. You can watch 3 races all in one place this weekend. Again, our crew out at the Apex Championships this weekend out in Florida, Jacksonville, Florida. That is over in my hometown of Houston, Texas, where I actually was yesterday, Nate, calling the action with our very own Henry Baudet on what was a great day of racing. And again, today we were all asking ourselves, who let the dogs out was one of the topics of conversation out there. If you go check out our social media as well. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram. Get all the live updates of all karting across North America and the U.S. specifically at kart.chaser. And again, the Kart Chaser Grassroots as well for the Grassroots action. That's where the Apex series, you're going to see all their social posts, and as well as Kart Chaser Kids for the kiddos like the minis that are getting set to hit the racetrack here. So we'll get ready to go racing here. Last one. Last heat race. Last round of heat races, I should say, of the day. Last one of the day for our mini drivers. Forrest Blair getting ready to lead us to the green flag with Maddox Carlucci. As you get ready to go racing, Nash Motorsports going to be on the outside, and for the 3rd time, GFC on the inside. We wait for the green flag. And we don't have it. One more go-around for our mini drivers.
Yeah, race control not happy with what they saw there, whether it was too quick, whether it was a couple drivers starting on a line a little early there, but you know, these minis obviously had a little bit of an issue with their starting procedure at the start of the day. They were good in Heat 2. Now just a little hiccup for them for qualifying Heat number 3 to end off their day here for round 1 of the Champions of the Future Americas Series. Inaugural round of the championship. So they're all going to slow down a little bit. As you can see, Forrest Blair putting his hand in the air, telling the rest of the field to slow down. Everyone else wants to get up and go. Behind Forrest Blair, though, you'll see Asher Bizanski, one of the drivers who fell down the order in Heat 2, didn't have the race he would have wanted. He's going to be suffering in the points category from here on. We'll be looking for a good finish here, Caleb, to end off the day and put himself in a good position heading into tomorrow.
Yep, these boys and girls just a little too fast. Got to hold their horsepowers, if you will, here, Nate. See what I did there? Hold your horses, hold your horsepower.
Yeah,
racing.
yeah.
All right, just making sure we're on the same wavelength here. Nonetheless, these kiddos got to get on the same wavelength here to get this start underway. Forrest Blair, Maddox Carlucci getting us underway. And again, racing in the middle of the mountains here in Winchester, California. For those of you around the nation watching us, for those of you at a K1 Speed, local to you, watching us, we're racing in mini. Heat race number 3 is underway.
Forrest Blair doing exactly what he needed to do. Already tapping the back of his helmet to signal to Bizanski to try and get away from the rest of the pack. If you think back to races 1 and 2, it's about 4 or 5 karts that are really in contention throughout the race. 6 laps here for these mini drivers, a very short amount of time. So you can see further back, we've been talking about her, Kendall West, who was one of those drivers who was unable to stay with the pack on sheer pace alone, had to rely on others battling it out. Seems like the Position 1 Motorsports camp have found something with her. She's right on the back end of this top 4. And really the rest of the field, Caleb, not spreading out as much as we've seen in races prior.
Yeah, it's closer than it has been all weekend. Forrest Blair kind of picking up where he left off. As here goes Bizanski looking on the inside. Final quarter, Bizanski side by side for the lead of the race. Not going to be enough, and here comes Maddox Carlucci looking to go back to second. Or sorry, Benjamin Tabby, my apologies there. Benjamin Tabby in the white Nash Motorsports suit. As here goes Kendall West. And not enough for her either. So we're back to single file. As Maddox Carlucci, the driver that finds himself in 5th here at the moment. So both of the Nash Motorsports drivers kind of looking quite similar when they're on the front stretch there, Nate. But that being said, nobody's been faster than Forrest Blair as we start lap number 2.
Forrest Blair been out in front and really the driver of the beat all day long in this mini category. We want to look out for full season championship that progresses throughout 2026. But you can see there Bizanski, even throughout the corners, leaning forward, trying to get any little aerodynamic advantage out of his kart possible, or that competition speed machine. Blair looking back yet again, ducking on the straightaway, trying to get every little ounce of pace out of that kart, every 10th they can, going a little bit wide there. Bizanski seemed to have it under wraps as West looking up the inside of turn 1, gets the job done. What a move that was, Caleb, by Kendall West, as Hernandez, one of the Position 1 Motorsports drivers, going fastest last time by.
Here we go, 2 laps to go for Forrest Blair and company. Bizanski in second. The rest of the group single file line. Kendall West, before we stepped aside, made a fantastic move in a rocky moraine. Here goes Bizanski with a push from West, through on Blair. Bizanski, your new leader, with West through for second. Fastest lap of the race going to Kendall West. What a drive out of the young lady, looking for a heat race win after, again, a heat race number 1 that didn't go her way. Now looking to get it done. The same for Bizanski. Talk about comeback stories here in the third of the heat races so far, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. What a turnaround for both of these drivers. Kendall West and the Position 1 Motorsports team have found pace for her. And then Bizanski, after a heartbreaking end to Heat 2, spinning out of lead contention, winning contention, to put himself now in a position where he can get max points out of this qualifying heat race number 3, put himself into a good position going into tomorrow. But going into the final corner, these top 3 see the white flag. 1 lap to go for today for these Mini Swift drivers. It's again Bizanski looking left and right, trying to find the drivers he's trying to defend from. Kendall West, though, looking up the inside into the opening sequence of corners, gets the job done with the help of Forrest Blair through Rocky Moran corner. And for the first time today, she's going to have to try and defend. Leaves the door wide open there, Caleb, for Forrest Blair, the GFC machine, to make his way on by, but not so quick. As Kendall West holds it around the outside, going into the S's here, and still takes the lead.
Kendall West, a gutsy move, holds on to it around the outside, and gets out of respect out of Forrest Blair as well to give the space. Now, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, I guess shame on me again. Kendall West not going to fall for it twice. Here goes Blair over the rumble strips, looking on the inside, muscles his way by. West stuck on the outside. Blair gets released in the lead. Here comes Bizanski, side by side with West. In third, Carlucci, Tavi, single foul line. And up front, Forrest Blair, 2 races in a row, steals another one. Heat race number 3 in Mini goes to Forrest Blair.
Right place at the right time for Forrest Blair. Gets the job done yet again. Thought we were going to see a different winner. Bizanski was looking quick. Carlucci was there at the end. West almost had it, but left the door wide open going into turn 4, where you see on camera here. That's it for our Mini drivers. We'll see them tomorrow for the Super Heats and the main event. Until then, they're going to go back to their tents, look over the data, find out where they went wrong, or in the case of Forrest Blair taking the win, where it all went right. There is your unofficial classification for the final Mini Heat of the day. All very, very close out in front, and we're expecting to see that same level of action tomorrow as they take the track yet again. So from one class that showed a ton of promise, a ton of action, and back and forth racing, to another KA 100 Junior Qualifying Heat A versus D up next.
Well, here we go. It's time to go racing. KA100 Junior A versus D. Troy Ferguson, Braden Wagner on row number 1 with Tyron Scott and Alejandro Gonzalez on row number 2. Wes Witt and Aaron Spears on row number 3.
Behind them, Keegan Ellsworth, Cole Anderson, Nathan Ramirez, Andrew Janis, Diesel Pazinski, Luis Martinez, Taylor Noble, Zach Muon, Case Reth, some more drivers out on the field here. Caleb, while we have time, let's just talk about what we've seen so far in KA Junior. Troy Ferguson still looking to try and get more points. Obviously, it's been a bit of a low for him throughout the day, not getting maximizing his day in terms of the points tally, but the likes of Braden Wagner has been quick all day too. Wes Witt and a couple other drivers who may not have had the best of qualifying, who are further back and have had to work their way forward throughout the day. Yes, question here is, who are you watching? Who you think is gonna, prevail in this final heat race of the day?
Look, Nate, I got my eyes set on a lot of these drivers, right? When you talk about this class, one of the most competitive with the, with the biggest class list almost on the weekend, so many that we had to split them into. But again, you got to look at the young guys, right? You got to look at a guy like Troy Ferguson, a young driver with, again, a lot of promise at his success overseas. But you got to look at a couple of others, right? Braden Wagner, again, another one of the ones that has been competitive. So this class is going to be super, super interesting to watch. And I can't wait to see them all on the same bit of real estate tomorrow when they all join up for the main event.
Absolutely. All of these drivers have been so incredible to watch on the opening couple of heat races we've seen so far. And now for the final time, they're going to be heading into the tram lines. Everyone getting into formation for the final time, at least in this group. A versus D, about to come your way.
Well, here we go. Kart Nick on the inside. Formula Works GFC on the outside. Ferguson and Wagner get ready to go racing once again. Green flag in the air. We're underway in K100 Junior.
Couple drivers going off wide. It was some of the HRT pilots, but out in front, Troy Ferguson and Team Kartnick hold the lead on the opening sequence of this race. Ferguson already going defensive from the rest of the field to try and maintain the lead and control from the lead of this race. It's where he seems to be the most comfortable, is Troy Ferguson. Of course, you're always going to want to be out in front and having that advantage, but some drivers just feel more comfortable being in front than pushing. Unfortunately, though, he's going to get pushed to the wayside and almost down into fourth here, as Wagner's going to get by in the GFC, but not how Ferguson would have wanted to start this race, Caleb, as now HRT and GFC pilots are out in front of him.
Yeah, this race is kind of turned upside down here for a driver like Troy Ferguson, right? You talk about starting on the pole position, moving back down to fourth is definitely not the way he'd want these opening laps to kind of get started for.
Yeah, now Scott, Wes Witt, Braden Wagner in front of him at this stage of the race. You can see Scott getting a lot of curb there in turn 2. Might affect his performance down into turn 4, and it will. The two GFCs of Wagner and Witt will go by. Wagner still having to fight a little bit. Ferguson now back up into third, making up a spot from that battling in turn 4. Now Wes Witt, that white helmet, blue visor driver, will be leading the way, but Ferguson gets a push up into second, gets that position. And now the driver who started on pole just one position away from the position where he saw the green flag after getting shuffled down early on in this race. Might not be over just yet for Troy Ferguson.
Yeah, again, not just yet. Troy able to bounce back quite well, and look at Troy looking on the inside, turn 1. Wagner looking to follow him through. Not going to be enough. Witt still in the second, and now Wagner getting pressure from behind. Tyron Scott looking to get that move done. Scott's got it into third. But Troy Ferguson, right, talking about a driver started on the pole, got shuffled back, race turned upside down, and now right side up. Back to the lead of it all. But again, still a lot of racing underway here, Nate. And we talk about how quickly these races can change, right? We saw it in heat race number 1 with a lot of these drivers, especially in that final corner. Everybody going for every move, every inch, every pass matters here as Wagner now looks to get one done in a turn into the infield hairpin. He's clear up to third, and 1-2, Troy Ferguson and Witt push each other away from the rest of the field. Wagner, again, that gap opened up, and now they kind of signal each other, right? Trying to negotiate, want to catch up to the top 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and those top 2 are working well right now. Braden Wagner pointing forward to Keegan Ellsworth behind to try and work together. The 2 GFC Formula Works teammates need to have a string of good laps here in the near future to try and close in, but Troy Ferguson doing everything he can. Purple, last time across the stripe, a 104.6 for the Team Kartnik driver. As Braden Wagner started to leave Ellsworth in the dust, putting a gap between himself and his GFC teammate. So Wagner showing a lot of speed at this stage of the race here, Caleb. Not exactly the same pace as the leaders last time by, but this time you get the feeling we're going to have fastest lap going the way of the 321 of Braden Wagner.
Yeah, again, you talked about a lot of other drivers, right? Putting together some good laps, but nobody put together a better lap than a lap ago than Troy Ferguson, right? Able to go fastest, but now falling under fire to Wes Witt, who's looking for a move down the inside. Witt looking to get clear of turn number 1. And mark that down, Wes Witt to the lead of the race here over Troy Ferguson and over Braden Wagner, who's now rejoined the party here with a top 3. Ellsworth not too far back. Here goes Ferguson right back into the first hairpin on the racetrack. Ferguson gets clear. Wagner goes by again. And as quickly as that, welcome back to Tyron Scott, to Gonzalez, who have been given new life here on lap number 5, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely, they're back in it. And that's what we've seen all weekend long is, you know, just one little battle and everyone's back in it as Wagner now has Witt around his outside, gets the job done at the infield hairpin. He's now back on the rear bumper of that golden Kartnik chassis. Ferguson behind the wheel. The HRT drivers are now back in this as well. Onto the straightaway. 2 laps to go here, Caleb. Ferguson going defensive from the get-go. The second he got out of that corner, Witt to his outside, and Braden Wagner now to the lead. Puts the bumper to Troy Ferguson with 2 laps to go here.
Braden Wagner gets aggressive in a turn number 1, clear for the lead, and a 1-2 for the GFC boys. Wagner asking for help. He's not going to get it. Didn't think he was. Ellsworth wanted to make a move there into the first hairpin on the racetrack. But again, it's Witt, the driver in second here. And again, you got a rookie right ahead of you. And Braden Wagner, first year moving up into the K Junior Division. And what do you do for a driver? What do you do? You're Wes Witt in the situation here, Nate. 2 laps to go. Rookie teammate ahead of you, who's been quite flawless in the first 2 heat races. And looking to go, if I believe this could be a clean sweep of the heat races for Braden Wagner, if I'm not mistaken here, Nate.
Yeah, it would be a good way to start off the season for Braden Wagner. His white flag flies. He continues to just point forward, wants to work with Ellsworth. The HRTs of Scott and Gonzalez continue to battle amongst themselves. It's not what you want to do at this point and let the 2 GFCs get away as Witt down there in 5th, stuck behind him, sees his teammates just go further and further up the road as it looks like Wagner and Ellsworth are on the same page. They're both pointing forward, but still those HRTs with all the battling they're doing are right there on the GFCs, and they continue to decide to keep battling, Caleb. Not sure what's going on there. Surely you want to be battling for the win at this point as Wagner continues to lead into the infield hairpin.
Yeah, Wagner, again, these 2 drivers working together quite flawlessly, and for a driver like Tyron Scott just doesn't feel safe at this stage of the race. So here we go. We're going to start to fight to the bottom of the racetrack here as Wagner looking to hold on one corner. Could be a drag race all the way to the checkered. I think it will be. Wagner across the line, and it's enough. Braden Wagner wins the heat race. One driver into the wall behind. And I'm not sure exactly who that was. One driver collected as we were working our way through with the checkered flag flying, but Braden Wagner, what a way to start off the weekend here, Champions of the Future of the America Series. And I think nobody's going to be better off than Braden Wagner here this weekend. Ellsworth finished second. My mistake there, mixing him up with Wes Witt in the 306. But yeah, it looks like one of the GFCs involved and out of the race early. Nonetheless, though, Braden Wagner, what a result for Formula Works to cap off a 1-2. Keegan Ellsworth in second. Tyron Scott, Wes Witt, another one of the Formula Works drivers. To Alejandro Gonzalez here, top 5. Diesel Bizanski coming across the line in 6th. Braden Wagner, a good result. Should start the Super Heat on the pole position. Nonetheless, still one more group set to come your way here for the K8 100 Juniors before we move on to our K8 Seniors.
So in motorsport, every detail matters, but we need to try to avoid using expensive and fragile sensors. So I'm gonna show you how we do it. So this is a comparison between the sensor in curve and the accelerometer in blue. So we can read how hard the driver is applying the brake and how easy he's modulating his release in order to understand how the driver is braking. The sensor costs hundreds of dollars and the accelerometer is already in your dash, so you don't need to buy anything.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you got to create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
So in motorsport, every detail matters, but we need to try to avoid using expensive and fragile sensors. So I'm gonna show you how we do it. So this is a comparison between the sensor in curve and the accelerometer in blue. So we can read how hard the driver is applying the brake and how easy he's modulating his release in order to understand how the driver is braking. The sensor costs hundreds of dollars and the accelerometer is already in your dash, so you don't need to buy anything.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the Smarty Cam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver's not. You see that one driver's oversteering and the other driver's pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Cool features that Race
Well, here we go. Time to go racing once again. Qualifying Heat B versus C in KA100 Junior. Let's run you down. Your starting lineup, Braden Wagner, flawless in his group. But Daniel Ramirez getting set to take the green flag from the pole position. Bronson Custis, John McClellan on row number 2 with Sebastian Hauser. And joining him, Mason Moses, Nixon Ellsworth on row number 3.
Behind them, Max Martirosen, Donna Bizonsky, Jackson Gibson, Sebastian Johnson, Erto Augeron. Again, a full field here, Caleb, of KA100 juniors. Ready to go. The sun's starting to set, so this could be an interesting one. With track temps starting to drop, of course, a very mountainous region you can see there here in Winchester, California. So once the sun drops behind the mountains, the temps starting to drop, and the track will definitely start to change up here. What do you think the drivers will be expecting here as the temps start to plummet in the later heats of tonight?
Look, we can definitely expect to see, right, a little bit of setup changes. When you talk about tire pressure, probably talk about a little bit of a higher tire pressure being applied to some of these karts as well here. And again, if myself or Nate Dean aren't pronouncing your last name correctly, make sure to find Jackson Lambros. Bother him. He's our official interpreter, translator, whatever you want to call it, reporter. He's our boots on the ground here in California. So make sure to find him, bother him, and again, he'll give the correction to us. Apologies here, but nonetheless, we're getting ready to go racing. But yeah, Nate, like we said, right, lights will be kind of turned on here in a couple of moments as well. Racing under the lights here at K1 Circuit, something special when you get the clear visors out. Expect higher tire temperatures. And again, going to be important for these young drivers to fire off from the get-go. Daniel Ramirez starting on the inside. Bronson Custis on the outside. Wait for the green flag. A couple of drivers out of the tram lines a little early. Green flag flies. We're racing in junior. Oh, and 3-4. Half of the field collected at the start. Only 7 drivers able to get away cleanly. The rest, as we work our way through, another one goes around. Daniel Ramirez, it looks like. No, Ramirez able to keep going. One driver off in Rocky Moran there, Nate. And we'll see if we can identify that driver here in a couple of moments, but big off for one of the drivers there in the top 5.
Yeah, it looked like one of the Precision Works drivers. It might have been the 333 of Mason Mose, but we'll get confirmation on that once they come across the stripe later on. But a lot of jockeying for position at the start of this race, and the race control is going to be busy with making sure everything was clean and squared away. Hopefully no penalties for those drivers. But John McClellan, a driver who hasn't had a great go of it today, out in front for National Motorsports, already going defensive on the opening lap of 7. Going purple as well, but that top 5 already starting to break away. But you have to think, Caleb, with all the defending and racing we're already having at this early stage of the race, that we might have more drivers bring themselves into this lead pack.
Yeah, and you can tell John McClellan head on a swivel here as, again, getting pressure from Sebastian Hauser. The driver just got himself to 2nd. Custis now in 3rd, and there goes Hauser looking on the inside, catches McClellan by surprise, leaves the door open in the left-hander, and Hauser just sticks it nose down low, able to get clear. Good move by Sebastian. McClellan looking to go right back, not wasting any time. And Hauser able to stay ahead. But again, McClellan, when you look back at heat race number 1, he needs a good result, right? Can't afford anything else. You can look at the side pod as well on John McClellan. It looks like it's damaged as well to a certain extent, but some tire marks on the side of it after what was a chaotic start from the get-go. But Hauser going to lead this field away here as we complete lap number 2, start lap number 3, and McClellan, little fade down low, going to get a shove from behind. Custis pushes him wide. McClellan keeps it on the track, keeps it in 2nd. But again, he can feel the pressure starting to be applied, and you see him just backing up the field here. Don't be surprised. McClellan falling under fire here is Kustas with a nose down low. Ramirez not going to follow through. Ellsworth right there as well.
Yeah, it's still, the battling continues down the hill into the middle sector, into the S's. Everyone's starting to fan out a little bit, especially second on back is Sebastian Hauser on board that HRT machine, continuing to build that gap out in front, taking full advantage of the drivers behind him, going at it, scrapping for position. It's 0.2 of a second last time across the stripe. It's going to grow a little bit more, but at the same time, Caleb, bit of a sitting duck right now as third, fourth, and fifth seem to be on the same page to try and get up to the leader. John McClellan, though, making a move further back up into fifth for McClellan, so promote him up another spot. Taps the back of his helmet, says try and go forward and catch these leaders. They have the pace to do so, especially if those front four start to battle with each other. But again, only time will tell at this stage.
Yeah, and again, good thing for him. He's not all too bad right now. Has time at hand here. Again, we're only on lap number 4, 3 laps completed. He just needs to kind of get on with it here, right? Has to focus forward, keep his head down, try and close back in with his front group as they try to pull away. And you see everybody kind of on the same page here, right? Kustas, well, I stand corrected as Ramirez looking to change up the order. Able to go by on Kustas, and Ellsworth looking to go by as well on Ramirez. Oh, sorry, on Kustas. And how that group closes in, that's exactly what a driver like John McClellan needed, right? This race kind of falls away from you, let it come back to you, right? And exactly like that, a move by Ramirez, changing up the order, allows now John McClellan to get himself closer, right? Into touching distance, if you will. And this is gonna help even more, as now to the bottom of the racetrack goes Hauser and one driver into the wall here in the Rocky Moran corner, able to get up and out of the cart. Hope he's all right. We can identify that driver as well later on, but big off there into the wall. And now Hauser feels the pressure from Ramirez, who's in second. Kustas able to get third out of Ellsworth. And there goes Ramirez, look for a move into the double rights. And that door just closed. But along with McClellan comes Aguillon and Gibson. 6 drivers, 7 in the battle for the lead.
Sticks in the air this time across the stripe. Top 7 are right there on each other. Hauser going to the inside, defending, able to hold off the challenging pack, even though it went a little wide in the final corner, through the opening sector, through Rocky Moran corner, and on to a little short shoot between the opening sequence and turn 4, getting way wide with the rear end. Losing it a little bit there under braking, but Ramirez continuing to close that gap to Hauser with the mistakes that Sebastian is making at this stage of the race. He's looking back a lot, focusing on the drivers and behind him. He needs to look forward, hit his marks at this stage to try and get some good heat points going into tomorrow's super heats and final. They'll head down the hill yet again. They'll see white flag this time by for these drivers. And last time across the stripe, Caleb, it was 7 drivers all on top of each other. This time, 3-cart battle for the lead that Sebastian Hauser leads into the first corner.
Here we go, Bronson Kustas now, the first driver up, looking to take the lead away from Sebastian Hauser. So again, you see him take a wide arc on the exit of turn number 1, final lap. Here in KA100 Junior Qualifying Heats, McClellan right there in 4th. Ramirez and company way too far back as Kustas now gonna defend for 2nd. And this is best case scenario for Sebastian Hauser. Kustas, I think defending a bit too early, still has a great opportunity to try and fight for the win here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. We still got just a couple more corners to go here, Caleb. Sebastian Hauser, though, has about a cart length and a half in front of Kustas. I don't know. It's going to have to be a 1.5 into the final corner here, Caleb.
Well, here we go. Kustas, we're about to find out. Seal doesn't feel safe. Hauser. This is going to be best case scenario for Sebastian Hauser across the final corner with a little bit of help from behind. Hauser wins heat race number 3 in group. Kustas across the line in second to Ellsworth. We're top
3. HRT on top in KA Junior. That's the end of KA Junior action for today here at round 1. Caleb ran you through the top 3. John McClellan just outside, losing a position from the start to finish 4th. Daniel Ramirez. Jackson Gibson showed a lot of pace in the midsection of that 3rd qualifying heat, unable to move himself up more than 3 positions. He's going to be a driver to watch for sure. There you can see classification for qualifying heats B through C. The final time we'll see KA Junior tonight. This is the KA Seniors making their way on track next. The biggest field that isn't split here at K1 Circuit for the opening round of the Champions of the Future America Series. Don't go anywhere. KA Senior action next on tap.
Well, here we go. Qualifying heat number 3 for your KA100 seniors racing well into the night here. The first ever champions of the Future America Series. Steven Eisert gets ready to lead them to the green flag for the third time in a row here this weekend, Nate.
Yeah, he's been, the one to watch. And, of course, GFC drivers were always going to be contenders. Formula Works, such a established team at the West Coast, and obviously showing that in full force. Like you said, Steven Eisert, Johnny Stamps, 2 drivers have been so impressive so far today, but the likes of Jackson Menchu, Gavin McCone, Matthew Cagle, those guys are also incredibly fast around K1 circuit. Haven't exactly found the pace that they would need to get themselves out in front. However, like we saw in Mini, like we saw in KA Junior, the drivers are going to be experiencing some temperatures that are rapidly decreasing with the sun going down. So it might open up some doors for these drivers to get themselves further up the grid and allow for some opportunities for them. But you have to make it through turn 1. Like we saw at the KA Junior races, a lot of chaos can unfold through there. So for the biggest on-track class, at least, to make it through there unscathed is probably going to be the biggest priority for these drivers.
And as well, it must be said, a huge shout out to our entire crew working out there over at K1 Circuit, Winchester, putting this together. Like always, Trevor Blue, Hunter Bolton working hard behind the scenes, bringing you guys all the live action, as well as our California crew. Again, we don't see them often throughout the year, but great to have them with us when they do join us. So if you guys see our rock stars walking around the paddock, make sure say thank you to them for all their hard work that they've been putting on to bring you guys all the live coverage and all the amazing shots from in and around the racetrack. But here we go. KA Senior, one of the biggest classes on the weekend, with Steven Eisert and Johnny Stamps leading the field to green. Last little bits of tire warm-up from what looks to be Shea Aldrich, who was scheduled to run in the Pro X30 class, moved over to KA Senior here today. But we're getting ready to go racing. Steven Eisert, all eyes on the Speed Sense Motorsports machine. Green flag flies. We're underway in KA Senior.
Eisert getting the jump he needed from the get-go. The big gap between himself, Jackson Menchu, and the rest of the field. Johnny Stamps not getting the start sequence he would have wanted. He's down there. Cagle, I believe, his teammate, as well as the rest of the field filing their way through turn 4. Fairly clean start for the KA Senior drivers. I might add, one driver had a bit of problems going and retired into the pits early. I believe that was Tyler Ford, but out in front, you can see Johnny Stamps there in third, should say, already pointing forward, trying to get his way up back to the lead. But how about that start, Caleb, for Steven Eisert and Jackson Menchu?
Yeah, great start, and something that really Steven Eisert has kind of been needing at this stage of the race, right? When we talk about points and needing some good results, that's exactly what's going to kind of give them a little boost of confidence, especially there, top of the back of the helmet, as they work their way through. So a little bit of update here. Looks like Theo Wang, that is the 429 driver that's out of this race early, and I think going to be the only DNF that we do have at the end of lap 1. But the rest of the pack, the rest of the group, single file line, still pushing, still chugging along, if you will, as the first change. Here we go, Jackson Menchu gonna get himself clear into the lead of the race. So Johnny Stamps actually further back. My apologies there, behind Perez. And what looks to even be behind McCune here. And I think indeed, that's the 34 of McCune there, Nate, in the Nash Motorsports machine. Johnny Stamps finds himself behind. So that outside line, we've talked about it, right? With a very fast left-hander to start off this race, it's not easy to hold on to the position around the outside.
Yeah, not at all. And Johnny Stamps learning that the hard way, but how about it for Perez and McCune, two drivers who haven't had race-winning pace. Out in front, Menchu taking the lead away from Isert, but those drivers in third and fourth closing in on the lead battle, and Luis Perez on the Mike Manning karting CS55, currently in third, fastest that time across the stripe, and closing in on the back end of what almost looked to be like a battling duo, Menchu and Isert. Isert looking to the inside just a little bit going into turn 4 there, but will stick behind. But that CS55 machine is rolling in third, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job of it. And again, we talked about Perez, right? Driver we were just touching on is just, again, great pace kind of out of the gate here. And you talk about the differences, right? A new tire for everybody, and talking about this with Jackson Lambros, you gotta expect, right? The only bit of difference would be a change in tire pressure, but it's the first time any of them have driven this tire at night and under the lights, something new. And Steven Isert coming to life here. And look at the bottom of the racetrack, Jackson Menchu through the grass, able to get through. Isert around the outside, looking to hold on way wide for Isert. Menchu looks to sneak down low. There goes McCune looking to go by. Perez is through as well in third. And Isert back to fourth. Menchu left it all in the line through the AstroTurf into the lead.
Not what Steven Isert needed at all. It was such a promising start to the race, and on a weekend and on a day where he needs every single point that he can grab after not having the race pace he would have wanted. Down to fourth, and on the back foot is Perez trying to get by Menchu, who is continuing to hold that lead. He looks fairly confident in his machine. Out in the lead again though, Caleb. Look at that two-part breakaway, but Menchu starting to defend already. Isert now back up into third. It seems like we might have a 5-car battle for the lead here soon, and if Johnny Stamps looking at his kart like something's wrong, he might be a deciding factor as well if the rest of this field can join in on this battle for the win. Again, only 9 laps around here in KA100 senior trim, what has turned into a drafting package in recent years. Could get interesting, and they are closing as Johnny Stamps and co on that top 5, who continue to battle, but still Menchu at the helm of this pack.
And again, this pack is starting to close in. Menchu, he continues to defend the way he is. You look at the second group with about 10 karts in it. We're starting to join as Perez to the bottom. Isert looking to rip the high side around the outside on McCune. Steven Isert gets it done side by side for the back. Searock looking to go by as well. Searock clear for fourth. And Jackson Menchu stacking everybody up. Here comes Johnny Stamps, Akini, Eversman, and more are on their way. And here we go, once again, out of the front stretch, side by side, Menchu to the bottom, with the rest of the group underway. Eversman now leads that second group. Stamps right behind him. But this group continues to grow, and when you talk about it, 2's a party, 3's a crowd. Imagine 15. This is a recipe for nothing good here, Nate.
Absolutely, the chaos unfolding under the lights here at K1 Circuit. What a sight it is to behold. The top 6 now starting to work together. They know there's a huge pack of drivers closing in on them. Menchu, though, didn't get the memo. Defending into the infield hairpin at turn 8, holding off Luis Perez for that second spot. And Steven Isert, the driver who started on pole and wasn't able to convert in all the races to this point thus far, and has a chance on the 3rd time of asking to try and get a heat race victory out of the final corner. Time's running out for him though. Red flag. Red flag in the air.
Red flag. This race is going to come to a close, I think, early. We'll wait to get reports here. Our very own Jackson Lambros. But yeah, I get an incident for one driver. Looks like the cart up and over. Driver seems to be up and out of the cart. We'll wait to get more intel here from our crew here on track, from myself, Caleb Vieska, from Nate Dean. We'll step aside here for a moment, wait to get more information. We'll be right back with more.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you got to create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting, March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway, April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting, and May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
One thing that is really nice about the Micro 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing? Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night. Come on, man. Do you have anything I can drink? Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative. Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6, Yeah, it's good. B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskakRacing.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
So we just got confirmation here on what exactly transpired throughout that incident there. It looks like the driver involved was Gavin Nakagawa, the 414 that was up and over. Was up and okay out of the cart. No EMS was rolled, able to get up under his own power. So actually looked to continue in the race. And I'm not sure if they will allow him to. At the moment, standard procedure here by the K1 circuit staff. The Champions of the Future officials just checking pushback bumpers. And again, it all occurred in turn number 9. And yeah, not clear if he will continue, and don't think so. But nonetheless, we'll take this moment as they continue to grid drivers up, helmets off for the majority of them. We'll step aside here, but again, Gavin Nakagawa is up and okay. We'll wait for this group to get regridded. We'll be right back with some more. You're watching Kart Chase's live coverage of the America Series of the Champions of the Future. We'll be right back. Well, here we go. Looks like drivers getting regraded. And while we have a little bit of time here, give a huge shout out to our crew that's with us here this weekend and joining us here at K1 Circuit here in Winchester. And again, hard-working crew, a lot of their first times as well. So a huge thank you to them joining us here this weekend. Isabella Morales as well, who's on camera 1. Nathan Sorge, who's joining us up from Cam 4. Ledger Sanchez as well on Cam 5. As well as a couple of others, Justin Fernandez. So huge shout out to all of them that are joining us here this weekend. So huge thank you to all you guys for all they do. And again, don't forget to thank them as well for all their hard work and bearing with us, some superstars as well. But nonetheless, we're getting ready. Drivers starting to get regridded here before we go racing. It's been a great night thus far, Nate. And again, we just got kind of cut short there just a little bit, but the restart procedures are kind of being kind of just broken down here by the Champions of the Future officials and the K1 Circuit officials, just to make sure we're all on the same page before we get going again.
Yeah, absolutely. Being explained to Jackson Menshew there, 413 Speed Concepts livery driver, be leading us to green, of course, with Champions of the Future bringing their rule set that they use in Europe. A lot of different procedures for these drivers to learn for this series. So everyone just making sure they're on the same page, have a nice clean restart, and get going again for what definitely was a KA Senior Heat race that was heating up just before it got red flagged. So like you said, Caleb, helmets going on. Last couple of procedures starting to be explained. And then we'll be getting going for KA Senior Qualifying Heat number 3.
Well, here we go. About to go racing again. And again, we're going to go a lap back to how we were. Jackson Menchu going to get us back and underway here with Luis Perez starting right behind him. Steven Eisert kicking off in third. Steven Searock, Gavin McCune going to be our top 5 here, Nate.
Yeah, maybe a second chance of life for some of these drivers. May have fallen back a little bit, who may not have had the start they would have wanted, but at the same time, Caleb, you have to think that, you know, 9 laps is already a really short race. We're already down to less than half of that, to a handful of laps to finish this race off. It's going to be chaotic in the opening couple of corners. Menchu and Perez, Eisert are going to have to manage that as best as they can out in front to keep their noses clean and to keep them out in front. For the rest of these guys, it's another chance to get some more heat points in what is going to be a sprint to the finish at this pace.
Yeah, sprint for sure. It's going to be a 4-lap shootout, I think, just about. Yeah, 4-lap shootout is all we have left here.
And so everyone going nice and slow, waiting for everyone to form up. Usually they would have formed up double file by now, Caleb, so I believe single file
restart,
rolling
I think,
will be the procedure. As Jackson Menchu will be loving that, not having to deal with an outside line to try and contend with. It's going to be a long line, though, of karts, Caleb, about 34, 35, depending on who restarted after that red flag. All coming down to what will be a 4-lap shootout to decide the final qualifying heat of KA Senior.
4-lap shootout, and you have about 35 drivers in a single file line getting ready to restart this race. Heat race number 3 of KA100 Senior is back underway, and Jackson Menchu takes them all to the bottom of the racetrack. Oh, and one driver around in front of the field. Looks like one of the Nash Motorsports machines. 2 get collected.
Tell you who I think got collected in that as well. Johnny Stamps, Caleb.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. One of the GFCs, and up front here, Nate, Luis Perez, Steven Eisert, Jackson Menchu fighting for the lead of the race.
Got a very good jump for those top 4. You can see the gap that they've already built. A huge gap. Honestly created by that stack up at the end of the straightaway on the opening lap that's helped him. But Steven Eisert around the outside at turn 8. He might be able to hold this into turn 9. Gets squeezed out wide onto the dirt. Unable to get it done, but what a move from the Speed Sense pilot to get himself back into contention. Like we were saying before this race got red flagged, as he gets all sorts of sideways and takes the lead around the outside of turn 11. Steven Eisert back to the lead of this race, a driver that is able to fire that card off very well, very effectively, but was struggling on long run pace. He'll take this. He'll take a 4-lap shootout for the win and take some much needed heat points. And right now he already has a decent gap between himself and Luis Perez, and more battling happening further back as Jackson Menchu trying to make up some lost ground off the start.
Yeah, that was an unreal move out of Steven Eisert to get it done around the outside, fully locked up, able to charge it hard enough into the corner to just get the outside move done on Jackson Menchu. And Menchu now pass for third there, able to go by as Eversman's going to join him back and forth. So McHugh now from third back to 5th. And at the end of it all here, Luis Perez is the driver now that finds himself in second with Steven Eisert. They're going to fight here. Eisert tapped to the back of the helmet, asking for a little bit of help, asking for a push, asking for some support. 2 laps to go. I stand corrected. White flag in the air. Final time around. And we're going side by side all the way throughout the field. Looks like Shea Aldrich stuck in a battle here with Akini in the middle of the field here. And up front, Perez and Eisert pulling away from the rest of the field with about 10 car lengths, maybe a little less than that, in between himself and Menchu. That's going to grow. Menchu goes to the bottom, looking to hold on for third.
Isert and Perez need to be smart here. Both of them know they haven't had the heat races they would have wanted. Why would you risk that in the first and second position? Some huge points on offer for the two of them as they make their way out of turns 5, 6, and 7 into the infield hairpin at turn 8 here, Caleb. It seems like Isert and Perez are willing to work together here in the final stage.
Yeah, well, here we go. One driver opens up, Shea Aldrich, looking to the outside of Akini. Not going to be there, boxed down, and here we go. Final corner, final time around. Isert to the bottom of the racetrack. Luis Perez looking to rip the high side, looking to cross up Isert. We're going to drag race all the way to the checkered flag. Steven Isert, Perez, who got it? It's Isert for Speed Sense. And finally converting the pole position into a race victory in heat race number 3 in K100 Seniors. Steven Isert wins the third and final heat race for the KA100 Seniors to close off the night. Perez in second, Jackson Menchu, hard-fought battle, holds on to third.
Behind them, Archer's Eversman up 7 spots into 4th, a top 5 finish for him. He'll take those heat points. Kevin McCune down to 5th as well. Some other big movers on that race, up 11 spots. Jack Bebick into 7th. Same with Shea Aldrich, up 8 spots into 8th. So a lot of movement with the chaos at the start of this race, the chaos with ensuing the red flag. These KA senior drivers, they'll be heading into the pits and into the tents to debrief on this opening Saturday for the 2026 Champions of the Future season. 2 more races to go on the night. KA Heritage Qualifying Heat 3 be next up. Don't go anywhere.
Well, time to go racing once again. KA100 Heritage, the penultimate race of the night. Austin Elliott takes us to the green. Brett Harrelson, Shane Hawkins, Joshua Daly, Paul Bonilla, Tony Gomez, Craig Vasquez, and Ed Quinn. Your field here, 8 drivers total in the Heritage Division. For those of you who have joined us today, we thank you guys very much for bearing with us throughout the morning as, again, we got up to speed with everything here out at Winchester. And again, we thank you guys for joining us. And Made everything live for those of you to view as well. Tomorrow it will be behind the paywall, pay-per-view, if you will. The warm-ups will be free for those of you at home to watch. If you want to watch the super heats, if you want to watch the main events, do not forget to become a KC Premium member for only $9.99 a month. You can watch all the racing action live, and we have 3 races live this weekend, all the way from coast to coast here in Winchester, California, for the first ever Champions of the Future America Series here at K1 Circuit. We're live in Houston, Texas as well for the final round of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy tomorrow, where we will award some tickets over to Portugal and Portimao for the Rotax Grand Finals, and as well in Florida for the second round of the Apex Karting Championships by the NKA, the National Karting Association. So we wait for you guys. We'll 3 races, Nate. You can hear from Henry Baudet, from Xander Clements, from Justin Prince, my apologies, and Taylor Burris, and myself and Nate Dean here as well. We'll be live into the night with main events. So yeah, again, there's no reason not to watch Kart Chaser on Sunday tomorrow. And again, for myself and Nate Dean, we thank you guys for joining us. Nate, you enjoyed the day so far? Had a good time? Smiled?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, starting off the day with Apex action, being able to watch some of the Winter Trophy action in Houston as well has been great. And then talk about all the racing we've had and memorable moments throughout today for the opening round of the Champions of the Future America Series. Been a pleasure to be a part of it. A lot of rounds to go throughout 2026 and cannot wait for it. But KA Heritage, for the final time into the tram lines, looking for the green flag on the first time of asking. Elliott will bring him to a nice slow crawl, and we're green in KA Heritage.
And already looking to cross over is Shane Hawkins, looking to take the lead of the race. He's able to get through. Shane Hawkins to the point of the field on the exit of turn number 1. As Austin Elliott falls back to second. And we keep an eye on a couple of other drivers that have worked their way through. Looks like Paul Bonilla in the 511 as well. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, indeed. Already up to third for Paul Bonilla.
So a good start for Bonilla, making up a handful of spots there off the start. The cue ball on board the LN kart there in third. Of course, we saw with the restart of KA Senior that some drivers preferring the less grippy conditions that the night brings, and it seems like Bonilla taking full advantage of that as they'll come across the stripe to complete lap number 1. And now Austin Elliott to the inside gets the job done with a little bit of contact at the apex there, Caleb, and now Bonilla takes the race lead.
Yeah, I don't know if a little bit was the word there, Nate. Definitely a significant amount of contact in between the two through turn number 1. Luckily, though, for Shane Hawkins, looked like he was able to slot back in a line in third. But Bonilla, the driver in the lead, to Austin Elliott. And what I believe is Hawkins in third, one of the GFCs for sure. But nonetheless, single file line, you go back to Joshua Daly, Greg Vasquez as well, and you saw it, right? That the 8 drivers in this field were really only separated by 2 seconds last time around. This gap, to have them all at about 3, is a big difference to what we saw earlier on today in heat race number 2. And again, you got to think about it, right? Conditions have changed significantly as these drivers were out on the racetrack last.
Yeah, absolutely. Having to deal with the heat of midday all the way till, the sun going down, some cooler temperatures for these drivers. It's going to be a challenge for them, especially for the X30 Pros later on. Next up in the order, but Joshua Daly, fastest of anyone right now, P5 on track, and he's closing in to this top 4 battle. He's a Nash Motorsports driver, just out of frame in 5th there, closing in. Another Nash Motorsports of Brett Harrelson just at the tail end of this lead pack, but now Austin Elliott looking to the inside of the infield hairpin, gets the job done. Now put the Speed Sense machine up into the lead.
Yep, so there goes Austin Elliott back to the point, and these drivers have traded the lead a significant amount of times over 3 laps. About to complete the third one to start lap number 4. Austin Elliott at the point, Paul Bonilla in second. With a very hungry Shane Hawkins sitting in third, looking to get back to where he was a couple laps ago, and a little too wide there for Brett Harrelson. And you can call Harrelson Hollywood, if you will. Took up acting before he kind of dedicated himself to racing here, Nate, as well. And it was, again, a great podcast on Spotify as well for Brett. I know his brother, well known as well throughout the film industry for his works as well, and in taking up acting. So you're going to see Brett, again, finding a home here in karting, which is the coolest thing of the sport, right, for drivers. You know, we were talking about this with Henry Baudet yesterday as well, how this, you know, you can take part in events like this, watched all around the world, you know, with the amount of people that are watching right now at any age, really, right? You talk about the mini drivers, you know, the mini U10, if you will, drivers 8 years old, 9 years old, 10 years old, all the way up to 30 plus, right? Drivers that can take part in something like this. And that's the special thing about karting, Nate, which is what myself and Henry were talking about. So for Brett to find a home here in karting, super happy to have him, super happy to see him having a good time. Look at him looking for a move now. And Rocky Moran stops back in the line to 4th, but again, Harrelson getting racy here. Halfway through, teammate Joshua Daly right behind him, fastest on the racetrack.
And the old adage of it's one thing to catch up, it's another thing to pass. That's going to be on Daly's mind for the rest of this race. And of course, with the teammate in front of him, you can't do very risky sends into corners. You have to be a little bit careful, and that's going to be a factor he has to deal with as well. Or the alternative, work with Harrelson in front, but when you have the head of steam that Daly has had and the pace that he's had, multiple tenths clear of the next fastest lap for any one of these drivers in front of him inside the top 5. You gotta think he'll be a little patient with Harrelson, but if no moves come in the next couple of laps, then he's got to go and worry about his own race, worry about his own weekend as they make their way back on to the front straightaway. More battling here as Harrelson attempting to get by Shane Hawkins on that GFC, unable to get that done, and now this has got to open the door for Joshua Daly to try and get by his Nash Motorsports teammate to make his way up the field, but continuing to work with Brent Harrelson.
And here we go, the top 2, Paul Bonilla, Austin Elliott starting to push away from the group of 3 just right behind him, with Harrelson, with Daly, and with Hawkins. The gap's starting to open up. A car length is what separates Elliott and Bonilla. And again, it's been a successful day as well for the Speed Sense team, right? You talk about 2 pole positions for them, one in Masters, one in or Heritage, and one in the Seniors division. So good nonetheless. Their KA package definitely seems to be rolling here at home. 2 laps to go, 2 sticks in the air. And Austin Elliott just has to hold on for 2 more laps over Paul Bonilla if he wants to solidify a pole position here. And you gotta still keep an eye on Hawkins, Harrelson, Daly, who aren't too far ahead. Going to Rocky Moran on the exit. Elliott still with a good lead, not gonna defend, not gonna put it to the bottom. And Paul Bonilla gonna look to go through and clear. Elliott looking to go right back as we're side by side as well for 4th. Harrelson holds on to the inside. And Daly just has to wait for a little bit longer, but Hawkins starting to inch his way closer to the top 2 here.
Yeah, the battling helping him with that. White flag in the air next time they come across the stripe, so Hawkins might have a little bit of desperation, and that's when mistakes start to creep in. Try and catch up to these front 2, but Caleb, you have to think they're gonna battle. Again, sticks in the air this time by to the race staff correcting themselves, making sure they signal the correct information to these drivers So again, that might throw a bit of a wrench in the works for Paul Bonilla. That seeing those sticks in the air, thinking he's only got to do this a couple more times, seeing him again, not what he wants to see. Going a little bit defensive into turn 4, not white lining it as Hawkins up the inside of Elliott gets the job done. But again, more contact at the exit. Elliott's not going to like that. He's going to have dirty tires through this S's section. That's only going to slow him down, but seems to be not as dramatic of an off as once thought, as he is still right on the back end of that GFC machine.
Yeah, here we go, 2 car lengths. That's going to close up quickly here at K1 circuit, especially when you get onto the front stretch here. We're going through the last sector. One more turn here, and again, we hit the front stretch. White flag flies this time by. Last time around, and again, Hawkins, the driver in second, looking to close in with Elliott right behind him in third. Paul Bonilla goes to the middle, goes back high with Harrelson wide there in fifth. But we're single file, and again, new life for Hawkins as he looks to retake the lead. It's been a while since he's been there, had to work his way back up to the front, back into contention for a heat race victory here, Nate. Oh, and a little shove from behind from Austin Elliott. Hawkins gets shuffled to the wayside, gets moved up the racetrack, and back to fourth for Hawkins. And Elliott now, the new contender, in second, looking to challenge for the lead here against Bonilla.
Might only be 5 drivers in this KA Heritage battle for the lead, but they're throwing haymakers at each other, and it's only Saturday night. We still got super heats and the final later to go here, Caleb, but it looks like Bonilla is going to sustain this lead and should get the win here.
And here we go, Paul Bonilla, one more corner. Austin Elliott not going to be close enough in the final corner. Paul Bonilla, the 5'11" in KA 100 Heritage, takes the win at the end. Austin Elliott across the line in second to Daly, your top 3.
The rest of the field make their way across the line there, Caleb, like you were going to say. One more, one to go.
Yep.
X30 Pro, a class that we've seen have some incredible battles. We've seen them throughout all classes, haven't we, though? But this one should be fun with the level of star power we have. And this one, drivers that we see on the pro level week in and week out throughout the year, ready to go for the final time here on Saturday night.
One more, Nate, and we can't wait for, again, a reminder for those of you who want to join us tomorrow. Only $9.99 a month. Become a KC Premium member. You can watch all the racing action live. 3 races all in one place. You can catch us tomorrow on Sunday. We'll be live all day, pretty much from sunrise to sundown, all across the nation. Myself, Caleb Viesca, for Nate Dean. One more race to go. X30 Pro coming your way next. Now we can say it, Nate. One more race left on the first ever Saturday night of the Champions of the Future America Series. And Sergey Karamiselli leads us to the green flag alongside Eric Doan, Jake Drew, Keegan Kaminsky on row number 2.
Behind them, Peralta, the 605, one of the few non-Americans in this field of Mexican heritage, and alongside him, Coito, Uruguayan heritage, one of the drivers in this field. It's actually a driving instructor here at K1 Circuit. Behind them, Kurt Hainisch, Chris Torgono, Santiago Hermida, and Luis Lugo, your Pro X30 field.
10 drivers getting set to take the green flag, and again, Sergey Karamiselli, the driver that's going to lead them all to the green. And again, for Sergey, a driver who hasn't grown up racing, hasn't grown up karting. But again, this weekend, on fire, going faster than everybody else. Is one driver there further back. Looks to rejoin the field. See if we can identify them there. But yellow flags fly. We get ready to get lined up. The final race of the night here. It was Eric Doan earlier on today. Keegan Kaminsky in heat race number 2. Who's going to take it away in heat 3? Jake Drew still hasn't gotten one. Karamiselli hasn't gotten one either. And the same for Peralta, who was right there in the mix in heat race number 2 until contact with Eric Doan, who made a mistake in the hairpin. A little bit of contact put Peralta out of contention. But wait for it. Karamiselli gets ready to take this field to the green.
I think we got one more driver way far back there, Caleb. So it'll be interesting to see if they get it on the first time of asking. They've thrown it off for drivers not making it to the starting grid before. We'll have to wait and see. Into the tram lines, Caleb, for the final time.
No green flag, so we're going to allow the rest of the field to catch up here. What seems to be the case, one driver there at the back, just waiting for them to rejoin.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see. Another warm-up lap, another opportunity for these drivers to get those tires into a working window. Still, probably gonna have to slow down a little bit more just to allow that driver to catch up to the back of the field. So you can hear him just go past the camera there through Rocky Moran corner. It's probably gonna be a little close once they get gridded up and into the tram lines, but Champions of the Future officials just allowing all drivers to get into line, making sure everything is up to code. Again, for the final race of what has been a brilliant Saturday night of racing under the lights at K1 Circuit. Doesn't get better than this, and some X30 Pro action to cap us off here, Caleb. Think we're all good. Driver gain into line. Eric Doan and Sergey Karamiselli leading us to the green.
Here we go. Everybody lined up 2 by 2. The final green flag of the night awaits us. The first Saturday of Champions of the Future getting ready to conclude here in a couple of moments with Karamiselli on the inside, Doan on the outside. We're racing in X30 Pro.
Karamiselli, Jake Drew getting the jump they would have needed. GFC 1-2 out in front, jumping Eric Doan, who's now down to 4th at this pace. The driver who
what happened to
made a
Kaminsky
self-admitted
here, Nate? Keegan Kaminsky's all the way at the back of the field, second to last almost. Keegan Kaminsky with a disastrous start here, looking to make moves, but Jake Drew to the point early.
Yeah, of course, Jake Drew, one of the seasoned veteran of this field. Unsurprising to see him out in front, but for Kaminsky, not at all how you want to start things off. And for a trio that were so strong out in front throughout the heat races today, getting split up. Of course, not over yet. 9 laps, still got a decent amount of time around this 1 mile track that is K1 circuit, but it's going to be a tall order for Keegan Kaminsky to catch up. 1.4 seconds the gap between himself and his teammate Jake Drew as they'll make their way onto the front straight and into the opening sequence of corners, turns 1, 2, and Rocky Moran into turn 4. They'll go a bit of a short straight into here, and Eric Doan's going to take that move up the inside of Peralta, and that is Doan on the West Coast Motorsports barrel art up in the 3rd.
Yeah, good move there out of Eric Doan, getting himself clear for 3rd. Now Jake Drew, you look at the right side of their carts on the radiator. Jake Drew with a good amount of tape there on the right-hand side. Trigger Kermaselli, looks like he has that radiator flap all the way down. So one of the biggest differences that we're seeing in between both the Formula Works GFCs, right, just running kind of differently here with how they're managing their temperatures. You see Eric Doan very busy there already. He's starting to rip a couple of pieces of tape off. You see, like, he tried to get another one, just couldn't get it off completely. So keeping an eye on it here as they all continue to manage their engine temperatures. These Miami X30s 125 cc's. And you hear them roar through K1 circuit here in Winchester, California. Up the hill out of Rocky Moran. Jake Drew, Sergei Kermaselli, and again, Kermaselli with a look over the shoulder. Saw Eric Doan there, but didn't feel pressured at all. And you gotta think, did Kermaselli just wait that little bit too long and go back on his teammate? And what do you do if you're in the shoes here of Eric Doan?
It's hard. It's hard, isn't it? Is Eric Doan getting past there by Peralta? So you have to think at this point now, he's got to work with Peralta because it doesn't seem like he has the raw speed and the raw race pace that he did in the daylight. But if you're those guys behind the GFC duo, you have to break them up somehow. You got to get a cart in the middle of them. Don't know how you're going to do it. Maybe a late send or two, but Eric Doan seems to want to be the driver to do it. Up the inside to the final corner, gets the job done, moves a little wide. Almost looked like Peralta had a switchback coming for Eric Doan. So they're still starting to race there, Caleb. I mean, you have to just get your ducks in a row at this point and put aside the battling and go forward towards those teammates, because even when you do catch up to them, they're going to continue to work together. The job is far from over once you get to the back end of Kermaselli.
Yeah, and that pass really kind of came into fruition for Eric Doan with Peralta kind of struggling to just rip that piece of tape off his radiator as he got on the front stretch, and he kind of moved to the right and kind of ruined the momentum for Eric Doan behind, who felt forced to make a move into turn 1, and you saw that happen. So again, just kind of getting out of shape there, right? Just looking to rip tape off, and as easily as that, right? You can't afford to wait. That'd be a lap that you lose for essentially for Peralta and Doan, right? In comparison to the top two. And you can't afford to pass all too much more, right? With a guy like Keegan Kaminsky right behind you, who's been up at the front with race-winning pace, as he showed in heat race number 2 here in the X30 Pro class. And look, fastest on the racetrack. Not the best of starts, fell all the way back to last almost. And now back up into the top 5 here in 5th. And you know he's hunting down Eric Doan and Gerardo Peralta, looking for a top 3 finish and looking to get up here into the fight with Jake Drew and Sergei Kermaselli.
Yeah, absolutely. Keegan Kaminsky has been very fast at this stage of the race. Multiple fastest laps in a row for him. Just unable to get by Peralta. It seems like once he starts to close that gap down even more, he's only 1.1 seconds off the lead at this point. Only a couple tenths behind the CS55 of Peralta. That move will be on. Of course, Kaminsky knows this track so well. He's had success in K100 competition, looking for a race win, at least a heat race win in X30. We're looking for the main event win tomorrow if he can keep up the pace. But Eric Doan now to the lead goes Sergei Kermaselli. Couple drivers dropping a tire there, Caleb. Doan pushing Kermaselli to the lead with the help of that fastest lap, and now Jake Drew is going to have to go on the offensive.
Yeah, and again, for a driver like Gerardo Peralta, right, you talk about him getting himself into the top 5. You just can't afford to make mistakes like that when you're running for and contending for a heat race victory. Is now Doan looking to catch Caramacelli by surprise. He does indeed. Jake Drew now, the driver back to third. And Gerardo Peralta brought right back into it, as well as Keegan Kaminsky. The top 5 going to start to fight. Caramacelli to the bottom of the racetrack. Jake Drew looking to follow side by side for second. Eric Doan stays ahead. But here goes Peralta looking to the bottom. Jake Drew with nowhere to go. Kaminsky going to push Peralta past his teammate. And through for fourth for Keegan Kaminsky.
Yeah, Keegan Kaminsky leaving his teammate out to dry there. Even Jake Drew looking towards the sky, thinking, how did I get into this position? He's going to try a move on Keegan Kaminsky. No, he'll tuck back in the line and push his teammate. Little bit of a bumper fed as Kaminsky gets by on Peralta. So too does Jake Drew. So those two GFCs now back up into third and fourth. But the lone wolf of Eric Doan now pushing Sergei Caramacelli out in front. Those guys have a bit of a buffer right now, Caleb, between Kaminsky and Jake Drew, but both of those is Eric Doan now to the lead out of nowhere. That was a send and a half from the 607 Barrel Art driver. Where did that come from? So now Eric Doan, the rookie, leads this race with a handful of laps to go, checking all over his shoulder. He'll see Jake Drew up the inside of Keegan Kaminsky. It was a late move, fed a little bit of a side pod to Kaminsky there, and he's going to drop back to fifth.
These teammates going at it here under the lights at K1 Circuit as they work their way through the hill. Now Eric Doan, Sergei Caramacelli with Jake Drew hunting them down in third. Peralta fourth, Keegan Kaminsky back to the drawing board, back to fifth here as we're getting close to the end. Next time around, 2 laps to go, and the rookie who won heat race number 1 is again right there with another driver who's quite fresh on the 125cc scene as well, and Sergei Caramacelli. But you got a seasoned veteran, a Supernats pole sitter, and Jake Drew with a handful of experience, looking for a move, looking for second. Jake Drew through for the move.
Now Jake Drew's got to close that gap to Eric Doan as laps are starting to run out for the GFC pilots. Every time they make a move, that gap to Eric Doan just continues to grow. But down the back straight, white flag in the air. This time by, Eric Doan will lead them to the stripe for the final time tonight. Where does Jake Drew attempt to make the move? Off track and using all of the painted runoff to their advantage. Up through turns 1, 2, and 3 and into Rocky Moran corner. Jake Drew makes an unexpected move as Sergei Caramacelli is going to go through as well. Eric Doan now down to fifth, having to defend from Keegan Kaminsky. Where on earth did that come from, Caleb?
Jake Drew out of his mind through Rocky Moran, catches Eric Doan, the rookie, by surprise to the lead of the race with Sergei Caramacelli in second. To the bottom, Caramacelli looks to go through on Drew, who's able to hold on to it. Caramacelli clear for second. Peralta looks to go by for third. Here comes Kaminsky looking for fourth. But Jake Drew, talk about a stunner to cap off the night, is gonna run away with the win. Elbows out in Rocky Moran. Jake Drew had to wait 3 heat races. He'll finally win the X30 Pro Qualifying Heat race number 3. With Caramacelli across the line in second, Peralta in third, Kaminsky to Eric Doan, who led at the start of the final lap, falls back to fifth. Jake Drew out of this world. What a move to close it off. Go, final list of results. Jake Drew, Sergei Caramacelli, Peralta, Kaminsky to Doan, your top 5. Koito, Hermida, Tokunaga, Harnish. You go back as well to Luis Lugo, your 10 drivers. Nadine, what a night, what a way to cap off the first day of racing from Champions of the Future of the America Series. Final thoughts, Nate, before we head into main event racing action tomorrow, as well as our super heats still yet to come.
I mean, K1 circuit provides such incredible action as those drivers will cool off after what was an intense race. You know, looking forward to tomorrow, Caleb, but looking forward to the rest of the season. If it's going to be like that for all of the rounds, we are in for a treat for the 2026 Champions of the Future America Series, the inaugural one. Of course, do not miss the action. Like Caleb said, tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, here we go. Thank you very much for joining us. The first ever race weekend, Champions of the Future America Series. We go back live tomorrow, bright and early. So if you want to wake up even earlier and catch more racing action, we're live from Apex over in Jacksonville, Florida. We're live from Houston, Texas. We're live here tomorrow again from Winchester, California. For myself, Caleb Yeska, from Nate Dean, from everybody at Champions of the Future, K1 Circuit, and all of us here at Kart Chaser, we thank you very much for joining us. And we wish you a very good night.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.